A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wolfe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now mid-December, and as is their custom every year at this time, Jack and Mary have gone to one of the local department stores to do their Christmas shopping. But before we take you there, let us look in at the office of a prominent psychiatrist.
Also, now, relax, please, back on the couch and tell me what is your hallucination. Why are you afraid to go back to work?
Doctor, it's no hallucination. It happens every year at this time. Just before Christmas. Every year. Just before Christmas.
Calmly, Mr. Blank. Don't get excited. Lay back on the couch. Now, tell me, when did it first start?
During the Christmas shopping rush in 1946. As I told you, I'm a salesman at the department store, and this kindly-looking, blue-eyed old gentleman bought a gift. Then 6 times that day he came back, pestered me, and exchanged it for a different model.
Well, what was the gift he kept exchanging?
Shoelaces.
He bought someone shoelaces for a gift?
Yeah, for someone named Don.
Well, now, how could he possibly exchange shoelaces 6 times?
Well, first he bought laces with metal tips. Then he came back because he thought plastic tips looked more modern. Soon he was back again. He was afraid the plastic tips might crack, so he went back to metal tips. Then he got to thinking the metal tips might rot, so he came back to change them to plastic tips. 6 times he changed his mind. Plastic tips, metal tips, plastic tips, metal tips, plastic tips, metal tips.
Please, come out. You're supposed to be on the couch, not under it. Well, tell me, what did this man do the next year?
The next year I was lucky. I didn't see him.
Oh, he didn't come into the store?
I don't know. I was in a sanitarium.
Definite traumatic psychosis. Then you got out. Did you go back to your job at the department store?
Yeah, but I was smart. I had him transfer me to the jewelry department.
What was smart about that?
Well, this old gentleman didn't look like the jewelry buying type.
Then you did not see him last year?
He found me.
And more trouble?
Yeah. Once again, he came in to buy something for Don. This time it was cufflinks.
Well, that is good. Who could find anything wrong with cufflinks?
He found it. It was the engraving. First he had them engraved DW. So I wrapped them, all pretty and Christmassy. Then he goes off happy, and I am silently saying a prayer of thanks.
Ah, that is good.
Not good. He discovers that DW has a middle initial. So first he buys the gift, then I engrave the gift, then I wrap the gift. Then he changes his mind about the engraving. So I unwrap the gift, I change the engraving, rewrap the gift. And then he changes his mind and wants cheaper cufflinks. So I have to go through wrapping, engraving, and rewrapping again and again.
Please, I'm trying to help you. Stop choking me.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Mr. Blank, avoiding your work will cause repression that should only magnify this in your subconscious.
So you think I should go back to my job?
But certainly you will probably never run into this aggravating man again.
Well, I have taken precautions. This year I asked to be put in the gardening tools department.
Gardening tools?
Yeah. All these people live in the city. They have no use for anything like that.
Good. You are facing your problem face to face with your face. But remember, should you ever meet this man anyplace, use psychology. Be nice, be calm, be pleasant to him, and you will have no trouble.
Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I won't see him. But if I do, I'll be calm and I'll be nice to him. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, and Merry Christmas, Mr. Blank.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Doctor. Now I gotta hurry back to the store. Gosh, Mary, no matter how early you try to do your Christmas shopping, the store is always crowded.
Yeah.
Yet I can't start doing my shopping any earlier. I like to buy modern, up-to-the-minute gifts, you know.
As far as I'm concerned, your gifts are ahead of the times.
What do you mean?
You gave me jewelry that turned green years before they had chlorophyll.
Oh, stop. Now, let's see. I still have to buy lots of gifts. I'm going to the jewelry department to see if I can find something for my sponsor.
Well, I've got to get something for my mother. I'll meet you out here later.
Okay, Mary. Now, let's see. Where's the jewelry department? I think it's on the next floor, the top one. I wonder where... Oh, there's the floor walker. I'll ask him. Oh, floor walker. Floor walker. Can you give me some information?
Ask me anything. I'm a talking horse.
Oh, stop. You don't even look like a horse.
Not now. There's a veterinarian in Denmark who does wonders.
Now, stop with that silly talk, or I'll go to the manager and report you. Now, look, I'm looking for a jewelry department. Will you tell me where to go? Never mind. Yes, sir. May I help you, young man?
Yes, I'm looking for Christmas gifts for my mother and father.
Well, this is the sporting goods department. How about some golf balls?
No.
Tennis rackets?
No.
Hey, I've got an idea. What about a punching bag?
Hey, that's great. Now, what would you suggest for my father?
Just a minute, young man. You want to get this punching bag for your mother?
Uh-huh.
That's rather unusual. Has she ever had one before?
No, she always used my father. You can send the punching bag and I'll enclose a card to both my parents.
Yes, sir. What's your address?
It's on Orange Avenue. The number is 3247 and a half.
A half? Oh, it's a duplex.
No, it was hit by lightning. Wrap it up. I'll take it with me.
Mary.
Oh, here I am, Jack. Did you get a present for your sponsor?
Yes, I sent him a nail file.
A nail file? You think that's a suitable Christmas gift for a sponsor?
Well, for just any sponsor, no, but mine needs sharp fingernails, so he can tear and compare. I'm sure he'll like it. Now, let's see. I've already given you a bonus, and I bought Dennis's gift. Gee, I wish I knew what to buy for Don Wilson.
It ought to be easy to get something for Don. He just moved into a new home. Get something for his house.
No, I heard him mention that his entire home was furnished by an interior decorator.
Oh, yes. Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Isn't Don's new home sort of a little ranch in the San Fernando Valley?
Yes.
Well, why don't you get him some gardening tools?
Yeah. Gardening tools. Why didn't I think of that? Say, Mary, I know what to get Don as a Christmas present, and he'll really appreciate it.
What?
A gopher trap.
A gopher trap?
Yeah, I heard him mention that his place is overrun with gophers. Come on, Mary, let's go.
You go yourself. I'm going to buy a gift for Barbara Stanwyck. I'll meet you at the perfume counter.
Okay, Mary. I'll see you later. Let's see. Where would I get a gopher trap? I wonder if that comes under hunting equipment. Now, where's that floor walker? Oh, there he is, way over there. Oh, floor walker! Floor walker!
Did you call me?
Yes, where can I buy a gopher trap?
In the gardening tools department down in the basement.
Thanks. Imagine that crazy floor walker saying he's a horse. Well, I better get over to the gardening tools department. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what...
excuse me, clerk.
yes, sir. What can I...
Oh, sure.
What? I'm sorry, sir. I must be calm. I'll be happy to wait on you.
Thank you. I'd like to buy a gopher trap.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, I'll go get one for you. He wants a gopher trap. A gopher trap? What trouble can I get into with that? Here they are. Here you are, sir. This is the most popular type of gopher trap.
It looks so complicated. How does it work?
Well, you open this little door, and you set it with this wire. Then you put a piece of tomato in this wire cage for bait.
Well, that's fine. But wait a minute. What do you do with the gopher after you have him trapped?
Well, you have to take him out and kill him.
It seems so cruel.
Well, we have another type trap that catches them and kills them at the same time.
Oh, you have another kind of trap? I have to tell him yet.
Yes, sir. Here it is, sir.
How does this one work?
Well, you spread these two sharp prongs apart, and pretty soon the little gopher comes sniffing around, walks in, boing, and that's the end of him.
Good. I'll take this one here that kills them, you see. Wrap it up as a Christmas gift.
Yes, sir. A Christmas gift?
I'm giving it to someone for Christmas. Now, I want red and green ribbons and tinsel and everything. Okay. And clerk, enclose a card saying...
To Don, I know.
That's right. I'll be back and pick it up later. Hey, Mary.
Oh, hello, Bob. Doing your Christmas shopping?
Uh-huh. And Mary, when you got a wife and 5 kids, that's really a chore.
Oh, I imagine it is. What are you getting the kids?
Well, I'm getting both the girls dresses and the 2 younger boys electric trains. For my oldest boy, I'm getting a bicycle.
Ooh, that's nice.
Well, I thought so, too, but he keeps complaining. He thinks he's too old for a bicycle.
So, what does he want?
Marilyn Monroe.
No.
Yeah. Well, I got some more shopping to do. You want to join me, Mary?
No, I've got to wait here for Jack.
Hey, that reminds me. I've got to buy Jack's present right now. It's kind of hard to figure out a gift for him. Have you got any suggestions?
Well, how about something for his den? I mean, a picture, a book, or...
Say, I know what. I think I could get him a lamp to put on the table near his telephone.
Yeah, he can use a lamp by that phone.
Boy, you're not kidding. It's so dark in that corner that twice I put a dime in the quarter slot.
Yeah, that's a nice gift. It'll save us all money.
See you later, Mary.
Oh, Mary.
Over here, Jack. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, but the store is so busy.
Well, Jack, who else do you have to get gifts for?
Well, I'll have to look at the list.
Thank you, ma'am. That's $6.70. Yes, sir, that's $4 even. Yes, ma'am, $3 out of 10.
Listen, Mary. They're playing our song. Oh, here's my list. Now, let's see.
Well, hello, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Don. Gosh, you're carrying a lot of packages.
Sure am.
Hey, what's that big bundle there on the bottom?
Oh, I just got that in the sports department. You know, I like to go hunting occasionally, and I bought myself a tent.
Oh, really? Single-breasted or double?
What's that square box, Don?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mary. That's a tape recorder the Sportsman Quartet and I bought for the sponsors.
Oh, Don, a recorder is a wonderful gift for the sponsor.
And I've got the entire cast record a greeting to him. That is, everybody except you. Now, would you do it?
Well, Don, let me hear what you've got first.
Okay. I'll play it for you.
We're sending you a Christmas greeting just so you will know what fun it is to sing for you here on the radio. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste, be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
This is Mary wishing you a Merry Christmas too. And what a lucky day for us, the day that we met you.
There is nothing, no, there's nothing that I like as well as Nana Sheva the Vix and good old Lucky Pat. Our letters quite well known to you. So at this special time of year, they'll spell our greeting too.
L is for those little lights on every Christmas tree.
F, of course, could only stand for Santa, you'll agree.
M is for the mistletoe and Merry Christmas too.
F is for your friends and tea for ties they give to you.
Dublin and Killarney and the Shaw's of Galway Bay. May all the green and Christmas trees and holly come your way. And may your socks of Kelly green be filled with all you like, with shamrocks and shillelaghs and some good old Lucky Strikes.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Greetings to our sponsor and a happy 53, with all the joys that come from smoking LSMFT.
I have to dress like Santa Claus at home on Christmas Day. The beard I wear is not my own, it's just an old toupee. Lucky all the way, I clean their pressure coolers, smoking close them night and day. Lucky strike, join in wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
That was very clever, Don. Don, I'll put something in there too.
That's swell, Jack. Well, I got to go.
Oh, more shopping, Don?
No, I'd better get home to my wife. She's not feeling too well.
Oh, that's a shame, Don. What's wrong with Lois?
Oh, nothing serious, but this morning she went out in the garden and saw a dead gopher. The mere sight of it made her faint, but she'll be all right. So long.
So long, Don. Come on, Jack. We better go. Jack, what are you thinking about?
What Don said. He said his wife faints at the sight of dead gophers.
So what?
So what? Mary, I bought Don the type of trap that kills the gophers.
Well, what do you want to get? The kind that lifts their feet up and pats them on the popo?
Get the kind of a trap, the kind that traps them alive. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, clerk. Yes, sir, I got your package right here. It's gift wrapped and tied with tinsel ribbon. Just a second, I'll get it for you. Oh, don't get it. I've changed my mind. What? I want to exchange it for the kind that captures the gophers alive.
Look, mister, there's really no difference.
I'm sorry, I don't want the trap that kills the gophers.
What do you care? You don't know him personally.
It's not that.
But, mister, it took me 10 minutes to wrap that gopher trap as a gift with all the tinsel and ribbons. Look at all the trouble you put me through.
Look, I'm sorry, I don't want the trap that kills them. I like to be kind to animals.
Why don't you try it with people?
What?
Nothing. I must be polite. I'm sorry, sir.
Good. Now, gift wrap one that catches the gophers alive, and I'll be back.
I know.
Mary said she'd wait here. Well, since she's not here, I'll go over to the lingerie counter and buy some stockings for my sister Florence. See, I think Florence wears size...
Hey, Bud. Bud.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Who, me?
Yeah. Where you going?
To the lingerie counter. I'm going to buy some stockings for my sister.
What kind?
Nylon. Huh?
Get silk stockings.
Why?
Silk will give you a run for the money.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I'll get her stockings. Maybe I'll get her something else, something real nice. What do you think of a sheer negligee?
A great show bet.
Say, look, fella, every time I run into you, you tout me on trains, apples, candy, everything but horses.
So what?
Look, Santa Anita's going to open in a couple of weeks, so for once, why don't you give me a tip on a race?
Okay. Got a great horse for you on opening day.
You have? What is it?
Floor walker in a second.
No, I saw him, and he's carrying too much weight. See you later.
Yes, so long, Bud.
So long. I always run into that guy. I wonder where Mary is. Hey, there's Rochester doing some shopping. I bet he's buying something for me. I'm going to eavesdrop and see what he gets me.
May I wait on you?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for a Christmas gift for my boss.
For your boss, eh? How about a tie?
No, he has lots of those.
Well, how about a wallet? Or a money clip?
Money clip? What's a money clip?
No, it's a thing to hold your folding money.
I've never had any that folds. How does it work?
Well, it's a spring-like metal clip that holds your money tight.
He's got a fist that does that.
Wait till I get Rochester home.
Hi, Jack.
Oh, hello, Bob. Doing your shopping, too, I see.
Yes, Jack, and as a matter of fact, I've gotten all the gifts for everybody except Don Wilson. Do you have any suggestions?
No, I had a tough time deciding on a gift for Donzie. Myself, I finally got him something for his ranch, a gopher trap.
Well, that's different anyway. And it makes a sensible gift. Everybody wants to kill those little pests.
Oh, this isn't the kind that kills them, you see. This catches them alive.
Jack, those kind aren't any good. Why, if the gopher is in there a long time, he bites his way out and he gets away.
Oh, you mean the traps that kill them are better?
Well, certainly.
Well, excuse me, Bob. I've got to take care of something.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to.
Hello, Mr. Blanc. How is it going?
Huh? Oh, hello, Doctor.
Did that blue-eyed gentleman find you?
Like he had radar. He comes over here to buy a gopher trap. A simple little thing like a gopher trap. First he decides on one that catches him alive. But I made a mistake. Before I wrapped it, I let him know we also had the kind that kills him. So I sell him one of those. Then I wrap it and put tinsel and ribbon on it, and he goes away. Then he comes back and he makes me unwrap it because he wants the kind that catches him alive.
No. Control yourself. Here, take this little pill. It will calm your nerves.
Oh, I can't take a pill, Doctor. There's no water here. And I can't leave my counter during this rush.
Please, I am the doctor. You go take the pill. I'll wait on any customers who come along.
Well, okay.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun. Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, Oh, where's the other clerk?
He has gone for a little while. Perhaps I can take care of you.
Well, yes. I have a gopher trap here wrapped as a gift.
Oh, here it is. Merry Christmas.
Oh, just a minute. I don't want this one. See, I want the other kind.
But, mister, this is all wrapped up with tinsel and ribbons. I'm sure the Gopher will like it just as well.
But look, I don't want this kind. See, it traps them alive. I want the kind that kills them instantly.
Very well. Yeah, I guess that's the kind. Yeah. Here you are.
Yeah, wait, I don't want it like that. I want a gift wrap.
Isn't that kind of silly?
No, never mind. Just wrap it up. Huh?
All right.
Look, not so much red ribbon. Get some more green in there.
Look, mister, it's Christmas, not St. Patrick's Day. Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Wait a minute. You forgot to take the card out of the other one and close it in this one.
Can't you put another card on the outside?
No. I want the original card. You see, the one that I had something written on there. So unwrap the first trap. Take the card out and unwrap the second trap. Put the card in, then rewrap the second trap.
What is this? First you make me wrap the second package, then you want me to unwrap the first one.
That's right.
You take the card out, unwrap the second one, put the card in, more tinsel, more ribbon, not so much red, more green, unwrap it, rewrap it.
Wait a minute, mister, calm down. You get upset too easily. You ought to see a psychiatrist.
I am a psychiatrist.
Control yourself.
I'm not going to. I know all about you, Blue Eyes. I know about you and your shoelaces and the plastic tips and the metal tips and the initials on the couplings and the rewrapping in the card. Oh, I know you. I know you, Blue Eyes.
Look, wait a minute.
You're not going to make me crazy. You're not going to drive me crazy.
Wait a minute.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first, nothing. No, nothing beats better taste. And remember...
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Cagney, tobacco, richer tasting, tobacco.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Friends, when it comes to your own enjoyment of a cigarette, nothing, no, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. That's because Lucky's are made of fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And Lucky's are made better to taste better, made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. And because Lucky's do taste better, they'll make wonderful gifts for all the smokers on your Christmas list. Right now, you can get Lucky's in their bright and cheery new Christmas cartons, created by Raymond Loewy, the world's famous designer. You'll find them at any cigarette counter. So make it a lucky Christmas. Give everyone a colorful Christmas carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky for Christmas gifts this year.
Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
The program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balter, John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Benny program, brought to you by the Home Insurance Company of New York, one of the world's leading protectors of America's homes and the homes of American industry.
That's the policy of the Home Insurance Company. That's the policy of the Home Insurance Company. Protect your business, home, and property. Just make sure you have a policy with the Home Insurance Company. It's friendly, neighborly, that's the policy you should own.
By now, your Christmas shopping is done, or it should be. I'll bet you spent more than you planned to, didn't you? That's always the way. There's not much you can do about it with the cost of things today. Everything costs more. That's why we so strongly urge you to let an agent of the home insurance company go over your present policies and make sure that your home and other property are fully protected. If you had to replace them at today's prices, you would want to be sure your insurance covers the whole thing. Any home agent will be glad to analyze your insurance needs and give you good, sound, reliable advice. And it won't cost you a penny for that service. Call it a Christmas gift from your home insurance agent to you. And now, the Jack Benny program, brought to you this week and every week by your own agent of the home insurance company. Broadcasting from the Veterans Administration Hospital in Long Beach, California, Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since our program today comes to you from a hospital, I take great pleasure in bringing you a man who talks like a doctor and walks like a nurse. What? Jack Benny!
Well, that's all I've got to say. Well, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Don.
Oh, I'm sorry to break up like this, Jack, but that introduction I gave you was so funny, I just can't help laughing.
Oh, you thought it was funny, Don?
Yeah. You're not angry, are you?
No.
Well, I'm glad you're not, because you don't need anything for a laugh.
Yeah.
Talks like a doctor and walks like a nurse. Jack, you sure you're not angry?
Don, now why should I be angry? When you said I talked like a doctor, I was flattered. After all, if I'm a doctor, I'm an MD. MD means more deductions. Which is exactly what you're going to find on your paycheck this week. Now, laugh that one off.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Every time I say something that strikes me funny, you always...
Don, don't get excited. I'm not going to cut your salary. I only said that to stop you from laughing. See, the way you were shaking, I was afraid Terminal Island would sink another 3 feet. No kidding, fellas. You ever see a stomach as big as Don's? If that thing was filled with toys, every kid in America would be loaded. Hey, Don, if you're such a laughing boy, why is it when I say funny things you don't get hysterical? That was a pretty good joke, you know.
Well, frankly, I fail to see the humor in any platitudes concerning my obesity.
What does that mean?
I don't like being called a big fat slob.
Well, in that case... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, I'm certainly glad you got here in time for the show. You know, you had me worried.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but I overslept. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to drive down from Beverly Hills.
Oh, you overslept, huh?
Yeah. I've been up late every night this week.
Well, look, Mary, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. If you want to remain a big star, you can't stay up all hours of the night having fun.
Who's having fun? I'm wrapping Christmas packages at Make Company.
Oh, yes, the Christmas rush, yeah.
Excuse me a minute, Jack. Oh, Don.
Yes, Mary?
I've got a big surprise for you. Just as I entered the building, I ran into Dr. Komar and Dr. Boers.
No kidding, Mary. Dr. Komar and Dr. Boer, huh?
Who's Dr. Komar? Who's Dr. Boers?
John, they said that since the operation, they've received honorary mention from the Medical Society.
Ah, gee, that's quite an honor for Dr. Komar and Dr. Boers.
Who's Dr. Komar and who's Dr. Boers?
And you know, Don...
Wait a minute. Who's Dr. Komar and Dr. Boers?
Well, Jack, if you must know, they're the doctors who performed a major abdominal operation on Don.
On Don?
Yes.
Gee, I didn't know Don had a stomach operation, Mary. What did they take out?
They didn't take anything out. They put in a deep freeze.
Now, Mary, before you came in, Don told me that he doesn't like any platitudes concerning his obesity.
What does that mean?
I don't know, Mary, really. I'm quoting.
Oh, Longfellow the poet?
No, Fatfellow the announcer. Now, look, Mary, we came down to entertain the boys here at the Veteran Administration Hospital. So let's not... Oh, excuse me, Mary. Come in.
Yeah, boss.
Rochester. Well, bring it right in, Rochester. We'll set it up here in the corner.
Jack, a Christmas tree.
That's right, Mary. I bought it for the boys here.
Well, Jack, with trees selling for $1.50 a foot, you certainly picked out a nice big one.
Oh, I picked this one out, Miss Livingston. I returned the one that Mr. Benny bought.
Why? Couldn't you get it through the door?
Through the door? You could have gotten that one through the keyhole.
Rochester, do me a favor. Just set the tree up and start trimming it.
Okay. And, boss, if I do a good job, would you give me the rest of the week off? I sort of made arrangements to play Santa this year.
Rochester, you're going to play Santa Claus?
No, Santa neither.
I should have known. I'm sorry, Rochester, but I'm not giving you any time off to go to the racetrack.
But, boss!
Rochester, don't but boss me. You've been working for me for 12 years, and I've made it a policy never to let you gamble.
Well, Mr. Benny is right, Rochester. It'd be different if you were making a decent salary.
Why, certainly. Now, Rochester, set up the Christmas tree and start trimming it.
Okay. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Rochester.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. If my voice was higher, you would fire Tennessee.
I would not. Now, Rochester, just hang the ornaments on the tree and be very careful with them because...
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Bob Crosby. Say, Bob, this is the first time you've been down to the Veterans Hospital in Long Beach. How do you like it?
Oh, it's just wonderful, Jack. You know, this whole place is run just like a great, big, luxurious hotel.
A hotel?
You know, Jack, I ran into a friend of mine who's a patient here, and you should have heard him rave about the service.
No kidding.
Why, he said all you have to do is just yell, and 4 beautiful nurses rush in and wait on you.
No.
Yes. And he said it doesn't matter when you feel like eating. All you got to do is just press a little buzzer, and the chef comes out, sits on the edge of your bed, and says, "Which would you prefer, boys, filet mignon or crepe Suzette?"
Well, that is service. I don't blame your friend for raving.
Oh, that isn't all. If you feel like a little liqueur or champagne after dinner, why, my friend said all you have to do is just call the wine steward and,
Bob, why'd you stop talking?
Well, that's where my friend stopped. He came out of the ether.
Well, I thought he was exaggerating a little bit.
Say, do you mind if I ask you something?
Not at all, Bob. What is it?
Well, what would you do if you found out that someone was stealing your jokes and trying to imitate you?
Well, I'd be awfully upset about it. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm in the same predicament. Yeah, there's another singer around. He makes records and everything. Goes out of his way to sound an awful lot like me.
I think I know who you mean. Bob Hope introduced me to him. While they were making that picture, The Road to Redondo. But look, if you're so concerned about this fellow stealing your style, why don't you talk to him?
Well, I did, and he hit me over the head with Gary.
Well, good.
Well, wait a minute, Bob. If you feel that your brother Bing's reputation is hurting you professionally, why don't you change your name?
Say, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that before? That's what I'll do. I'll change my name.
What are you going to change it to?
Sam Crosby.
Well, that'll fool everybody. Now, look, Mary.
Oh, boss!
What is it, Rochester?
I'm almost finished trimming the tree. How's it look?
Those ornaments I brought down certainly look nice, but Rochester, the tree doesn't look colorful with just the red ornaments. Put some green ones on now.
There ain't any green ones.
Rochester, I picked out 2 dozen green ones. How come they're all red?
They ripened on the way down. I told you not to use them.
I can't understand how those tomatoes could ripen so fast. From Beverly Hills to Long Beach is only 40 miles as the crow flies.
That's a joke. You got a Maxwell.
Oh, stop.
Rochester's right, Jack. Why don't you get rid of that old car and buy a new one?
I'll tell you why, Mary. That car has been like an old friend to me. Been with me through rain and shine, through thick and thin, through good times and bad.
Through McKinley and Coolidge.
I know. Very funny, Mary, very funny. I think that was the cleverest line in the show. Don't you think so, Bob? Bob? Sam.
Yes, sir.
Everybody has to be a comedian.
Well, Jack, you've got to admit that Mary got off some beautiful ad-libs today.
I know. She must be trying to impress the girls at the May Company.
May Company? What does he mean, Mary?
Well, Bob, I can't live on what Jack is paying me, so I'm working nights wrapping Christmas gifts.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. I don't believe that Jack could be that cheap.
Well, brother, you're in for a shock.
A shock?
Yeah, last night I wrapped the Christmas gift he's sending you.
No kidding, Mary. What did you get me?
Well, I'm not allowed to tell, Bob. When you unwrap the Christmas package, save the paper. It's the most expensive part.
You nearly loused that joke up, too. I thought she'd never get to the end of that one. I don't mind being stingy, but get to it. Now, Bob, believe me, I'm sending you a bill. Excuse me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, I represent the patients here at the Long Beach Veterans Hospital.
I see.
We understand that when you did a show at an air base, the boys gave you a propeller with their names on it.
Yes, they did.
And when you did a program at a naval base, they gave you a life preserver bearing the signatures of the entire personnel.
That's right.
So we, too, would like to present you with a token of our appreciation.
You would?
Yes. On behalf of the patients here at the Veterans Hospital in Long Beach, I'd like to present you with this autographed bed sheet.
Well, isn't that wonderful? Gee, look at all the names of the boys here. Wait a minute, what's this name here? It looks like Robert Smith. But the Robert is scratched out, and it says Louise.
Yes, the doctors here are as good as the ones in Denmark.
Louise. Well, what do you know? Well, thank you very much for the gift.
You're welcome.
What a thing to present me with, a bed sheet.
Oh, boss!
Yes, Rochester?
I can't reach the top of the tree to put the star on it.
Well, of course you can't reach it. Use the ladder.
But, boss, that ladder's awful wobbly.
Oh, stop being a baby. Give me that star. I'll climb the ladder and put it up myself. There we are. Now all I have to do is lean over and...
Jack, the ladder's starting to shake. Look out!
Boss, the tree looks beautiful.
What do you mean the tree looks beautiful? I still got the star in my hand.
I know, but your toupee flew off and caught on the top branch.
My toupee?
Yeah, lots of trees have snow, but this one's got dandruff.
Jack, when you fell off the ladder, did you hurt yourself?
No, darn it.
What do you mean, darn it?
Well, the year's almost up, and I haven't had a chance to use my Blue Cross policy yet. Now, Rochester, set the ladder up again. I'm going to put that star up.
I'll get it, Jack.
Hello?
Hello. This is the Snooper Radio Survey calling.
It's the radio survey calling. I'm going to have some fun with it. What did you say, ma'am?
This is the Snooper Radio Survey. What program are you listening to?
The Jack Benny Show.
I see. And that's sponsored by...
The Home Insurance Company. You know, that's the company that has those friendly agents, the ones that are always around when you really need them.
Oh, it's a wonderful company. And I must say I enjoy that radio show of theirs. It's so entertaining.
Yes, I get a kick out of it, too. Especially that announcer of theirs, that Don Wilson.
Well, I don't know about him. He's always seemed like sort of a square to me.
Square? Gee, I never had that opinion about Don Wilson. Debonair and continental, perhaps, but not a square.
Well, I suppose they could have done worse. But I sell home insurance myself, and I think you should emphasize a lot more good points about them.
But, lady...
Like how helpful they are. Well, I don't know of any company that has agents who are more considerate of your needs. And the few times I've had a loss, they couldn't have been more prompt or generous in settling my claims. Now, that Don Wilson of yours should mention things like that.
Well, I see your point. Now, is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes, on your way home, pick up some hamburger for dinner.
What?
Ronald, this is Lois.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, it's my wife. Lois, why did you call up and say you were working for a radio survey?
But, darling, I am. We can't live on that lousy salary Jack pays you.
Well, honey, as long as you're working, I'll bring home steaks instead of hamburgers. What a woman.
Hello, Mr. Benning. Hello, everybody.
Dennis, what made you so late?
Oh, I wasn't late.
What?
I was here all the time, but my mother told me to hide.
Why would your mother tell you to do a thing like that?
She said I like to see the old man worry.
Dennis, what has your mother got against me anyway? Look what I did for you. I made it possible for you to be on radio. Got your jobs in pictures, television. I don't know why your mother's so mad. Why, last summer when I took you to London, I even bought you first-class passage. I'm worse than Mary here, Bertie. Why, last summer... I'm going to take that line over again. Last summer when I took you to London, I even bought you first-class passage.
That's why she's mad at you.
Why, because your ticket was first class?
No, because it was round trip.
Oh, well, Dennis, I don't care if your mother likes me or not. And, kid, if she was listening to the program, I hope she squirmed a little because I had Bob Crosby sing a song.
Who?
Bob Crosby.
Who?
Dennis, don't you remember me?
Oh, Sam!
Yes, Sam. Now, look here, Dennis.
Jack.
Huh?
No wonder Dennis says silly things. You get him excited. You don't know how to handle him.
I guess you're right, Mary.
Of course I'm right. Now look, Dennis. This is the first time you've been here at the Veterans Hospital. So why don't
I was here before.
Oh, you were?
Uh-huh. During the war, when I was entering the service, I had to fill out a questionnaire, and after I got through answering all the questions, they sent me down here for an examination. 3 doctors examined me to see if I was fit for the service.
3 doctors? See, that must have been quite an examination. Did you have to remove all your clothes?
No, they just told me to take off my hat.
Well, that I can believe.
Well, you know, Mr. Benny, I rode down here with Don Wilson, and he told me a very funny joke. Would you like to hear it?
Well, yes, Dennis, go ahead.
Well, Don said that
Just a second, Dennis. Are you sure you can tell this joke before this mixed audience? You know, Louise is here. Is the joke all right?
Oh, sure, it's a wonderful joke.
Well, what is it?
Well, Don told me that you ought to be a big success at this hospital because you talk like a doctor and walk like a nurse.
Dennis, I'm glad you repeated that joke because if I'm a doctor, that makes me an M.D. M.D. stands for Morton Downey, who may be singing on the program next week.
Oy vey.
So watch it.
Oh, boss!
Oh, yes, right. Oh, is that you, oy vey?
Oh, boss!
Oh! Yes, Rochester.
I got the lights on the tree. Should I turn them on?
Not yet. Hey, kids, Rochester's ready to light up the tree. Let's all gather around.
Oh, I know.
Let's see it, Gus.
Okay, Rochester, plug in the light.
Yes, sir.
The wires must be crossed.
Well, something must be crossed. The tomatoes lit up.
Rochester, try it again.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the trouble, boss. There's a bare wire right by the socket.
Well, don't stand there. Fix it.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, I ain't fooling around with electricity.
Oh, Rochester, imagine being afraid of electricity. Supposing Robert Fulton was afraid. He never would have invented the electric light. Would he?
Jack, you're thinking of Thomas Edison.
Edison? Well, then what did Robert Fulton do?
He wrote, I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus.
Oh, yes. Now, Rochester, please fix these lights.
Okay. Now, let me see. In electricity, there's the electrons and the electrodes. Then there's the positive and the negative. But I ain't positive which one is negative. Then there's the atoms. Now, the atoms are supposed to go from the positive to the negative. Or maybe they go from the electrons to the electrodes. Then again, maybe they go from Long Beach to Wilmington.
Rochester.
Now, as long as these atoms keep passing each other, everything is all right. But when they meet halfway and start fighting, they're going to turn on anybody who tries to butt in.
Rochester, I'm not interested in the scientific details. I just want you to fix those lights. And you've got nothing to be afraid of because while you're fixing it, no one is going to plug it in and no one is going to turn on the switch.
Oh, I know, boss. While I'm holding the bare wire, you ain't going to turn on the switch. And Miss Livingston ain't going to turn on the switch.
Of course not.
But way up there at Boulder Dam, there's a little man sitting in a room all alone with thousands of wires around him.
So what?
How do I know he ain't going to do something just to break the monotony?
Rochester, you can stop with the joke.
Jack.
What?
Look, the lights went on.
Oh, yes. Who fixed the wire?
I did, Jack.
Well, isn't that beautiful? Look how pretty the lights are. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Now that the tree is lit up and the boys here in the hospital are waiting to hear you sing, would you like to do some Christmas carols?
I sure would, Mr. Benny.
All right, go ahead.
In Bethlehem.
Catch will be back in just a moment. But first,
this is the time of year when kids start behaving themselves and thinking of Santa Claus. Grown-ups are thinking about old St. Nick, too, but their thoughts are liable to be running toward gift lists and decorations. It's a happy season. And make sure it stays that way for your family. Plan now to make it a safe Christmas. Be especially careful of your Christmas lights for the tree and the house. And it's a good idea to get them out early and inspect them for worn wiring, defective sockets, and plugs. And when it comes to the gay holiday decorations you'll be putting up, make it a special point to buy only fireproof materials. On anything electrical you may buy or use, look for the initials UL. That means approved by the Underwriters Laboratory. It's your assurance of safety. Resolve now to have the safest and happiest Christmas ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my sponsor and my entire staff, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks.
A white Christmas is a wonderful thing for the kids, especially those with new sleds and skis. But it's not so good for drivers. If you have to be on the road during the holiday season, won't you drive with special care? On snow or ice, test your stopping power as soon as you start out. Make sure your windshield is clear and your wipers and defrosters in good order. And again, from all of us on the Benny Show and from the Home Insurance Company, have a bright and a Merry Christmas. Good night.
This is Don Wilson inviting you to listen again next week for another one of your favorite Jack Benny programs, brought to you by the Home Insurance Company of New York, one of the world's leading protectors of America's homes and the homes of American industry.
America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
Be the first to know with WGBS Radio.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. A few days ago, Alice and Phil received this telegram from headquarters, American National Red Cross. Your repeated support of the Red Cross blood program has been an enormously important factor in providing this life-giving fluid for the wounded in Korea. Your continuing emphasis on the urgent need for blood would be greatly appreciated. In just a moment, you will hear how Alice and Phil answer this telegram. But first, a word from RCA Victor. One of RCA Victor's most recent developments is a completely new circuit system for home receivers. A circuit system that now brings you television with picture power. And a perfect illustration of RCA Victor's new supersets with picture power is the Hampton. The Hampton is a beautifully styled television consolette, and it brings you the clearest, steadiest pictures you've ever seen, thanks to picture power. The new circuit system and electronic supercharger built into the Hampton assure you the clearest reception possible in your area. Trust RCA Victor to give you the best in television. And when you buy the Hampton, be sure to ask about the RCA Victor Factory Service contract. RCA Victor Television with RCA Factory Service is television's greatest combination. Your assurance of complete satisfaction is the name RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Alice's brother William called a little while ago to tell Phil and Alice that he's coming over with some important news for them. As we look in, he is just arriving.
Good morning, everybody. I've just been down to the Red Cross, and I did something I'm very proud of. Guess what?
You left one of your heads there for the bandaging class.
Phil, please. Willie, what did you do?
I went down to the Red Cross and made a donation.
You donated something?
Yes, I gave a pint of my blood.
Oh, I know it couldn't have been money. Look, Willie, you can't afford to give any blood. You got barely enough to get by on. You don't look too strong, you know.
Philip, don't be facetious. I happen to have an unusual physique. Mm-hmm. You should see me stripped. I look
Please,
just...
Willie, I just ate. You're the skinniest guy I've ever seen.
Oh, Phil, he's not that skinny.
Oh, no, if he don't stand in just the right position when he's taking a shower, he don't get wet.
Oh, now, don't kid him, Phil. He did a very noble thing donating to the blood bank.
Yeah, I guess he did. I'm sorry, Willie. And I'm really proud of you, kid. They need blood now, and everybody should go down and give some.
I knew you felt that way about it, Philip, so I pledged a pint of yours.
Well, I think that mine... What do you mean giving my blood away like that? That stuff don't grow on trees, you know.
Phil, they need your blood.
They need it. What am I supposed to use, borscht? I'm a little anemic now, dear, and if they take my blood away, well, I won't be able to face my barber.
What's your barber got to do with it?
It's going to be embarrassing if he cuts me while he's shaving me and nothing comes out.
Oh, stop stalling, Philip. You're not anemic. I made an appointment for you at the Red Cross for this afternoon, and you'd better be there.
Well, I'd love to help, but... Hey, tell me, Willie, does it hurt much?
Oh, of course not. There's nothing to it.
Well, how does it affect you after?
There's no after effect. I just had it done, and look at me.
That bad, huh?
Well, stop being such a sissy. It's perfectly harmless. The need is for repeated donations. Many people give every 3 months.
You mean this can get to be habit forming?
It's a good thing for you to make a habit of.
Well, I already have one habit. You see, I bite my nails a lot, and I've been doing it. And I've just been doing it so long that it's just hard for me to break in a new one, you know? I mean, it's just...
Oh, you big jellyfish. Now, look, Philip, I made an appointment for you at 4 o'clock today, and I expect you to show up.
All right, Hey, did you say 4 o'clock? Oh, I couldn't possibly make it at 4. Tea time, you know. And Princess Elizabeth would hate if I missed my tea and trumpets. Custom, you know, tea.
Yeah, well, they give you tea down there. Any other excuses?
I can't think of any offhand, but...
Then you'll go.
All right, I'll go. But if anything happens to me, it's going to be your fault, Willie. And I'm warning you, if I die, I'll never talk to you again as long as I live.
Nothing's going to happen to you. It's your patriotic duty to do it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's everybody's duty. Well, I'll tell you something. I'll not only go, but I'll get everybody I know to go down there, and they'll possibly... I'll get that.
Hi, Curly.
Hey, Frankie. Hey, you know something? You're just the guy I wanted to see.
Yeah?
Look, Francis... you'd like to do something for your country, wouldn't you?
Why? What did Outer Mongolia ever do for me?
I'm not talking about your fatherland. I'm talking about the country you were smuggled into. America.
Oh, that's different. What do you want me to do?
Well, you see, I got it all fixed. I've arranged for you to do something that is very patriotic.
If you had me drafted, I'll punch you right in the nose.
Frankie, I wouldn't do that to any country. All I want you to do is to come down to the Red Cross with me. They're calling for donors. I'm going to donate a pint, and I want you to give a pint.
Okay. I'll give bourbon. What are you going to give?
Never thought you'd say that line. I'm going to give blood.
Now, why didn't I think of that? Cheaper than bourbon, it's easier to...
Ramley. Look, I'm serious. The Red Cross needs blood donors, and I want you to come down with me today and give some.
Well, I'd like to, but I can't.
What's the matter, kid? You scared?
No, it's not that.
Frightened, huh?
No, that's not it either.
You're yellow.
That's it.
Well, I know how you feel. Confidentially, I'm a little afraid myself, but look, really, we ought to do it.
Well, if you think so, okay.
Sure. They need good red blood like ours.
Oh, red blood? Well, in that case, they couldn't use mine.
Your blood ain't red?
No, it's a sort of a forest green.
Well, don't worry, they'll take it anyway.
But, Curly, it's green.
Well, tell them it ain't ripe yet. You're going with me right now and don't argue.
Can't we put it off till some other time?
What for? I tell you, there's nothing to worry about. Willie said it's very simple. Now, buck up and be a man. Conquer your fear like I'm doing. We're going through with this, and I'm going to...
Oh, Phil.
Yeah?
It's 3 o'clock, dear. It's time to go.
Time to go? Already? Well, don't just stand there, Remley. Think of some way we can get out of there.
Believe me, I'm thinking.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Hi, Alice.
Are you going to the blood bank with Phil?
Well, I'd like to, but I can't. You wouldn't expect me to give blood on my wedding day.
Your wedding day? Well, Frankie, whom are you marrying?
Me. Come, Francis, dear. Let's leave for the church. You know, we mustn't keep the minister waiting. He is
All
very...
right. Come back here. I never saw such babies as you two.
But, honey, are you sure they want our blood?
Of course they do. You're two strong, healthy specimens. Now, it would be different if you were sick. Then they wouldn't take it from you.
You don't take it if you're sick, huh?
No, but you're not sick. Oh, now what's the matter with you?
It's my armpits again. Oh, the pain. Oh, I suffer.
Step aside, Remley, and let a man in there who knows how to suffer. Oh!
Shirley, please, this is no time to sing.
I'm in
very
pain.
suddenly, didn't you, Phil? Now, what's wrong with you?
Well, I got chicken pox, and I can prove it.
Now I've heard everything.
No, you haven't. Well, you hear what I got. Hasta liber Augustine, hasta liber Augustine, alles des hin.
Now, what's that?
German measles.
There's nothing wrong with you physically. Now, come on. Let's get down to the Red Cross.
Oh,
Let's see. The blood bank is on this block someplace. Oh, fellas, come on. Stop lagging behind. It's 5 minutes to 4.
we're coming, Alice, as fast as our gout-ridden legs will carry us.
Hey, Shirley, we're getting awful close. Can't you think of something?
I'm trying.
All right, fellas, here we are. Let's go in.
Alice, I'm afraid this is going to hurt. If anything hurts my pink little body, you're going to really get...
Phil, will you please stop it? Let me explain how simple this is going to be. First, you fill out a form, and they give you an examination. After that, they take your blood, give you a drink, and you go home.
Well, I don't care if they drink. This must be the place. What do you have, Rem?
Let's go to the bar, see what they got.
Well, looks like it's going to be necessary. Here comes the guy in the white coat. Oh, bartender. Give me an old-fashioned with soda. I am not a bartender. I'm a doctor. Okay, then make it with rubbing alcohol.
Phil, please. Doctor, I hope you'll forgive my husband. You see, he was told you serve drinks here.
Oh, we do. We pass around tomato juice, orange juice, tea, milk.
Please, Doc, you're making me nauseous.
Doctor, we're here as donors.
Well, that's very nice of you people. We appreciate you coming down.
Yeah. Look, Doc, take it now. Let's get it over with, huh?
Not so fast, sir. First, you'll have to fill out these donor registration cards. I'll be back for them in a minute.
Alice, can't we call this whole thing off?
Yeah, I'm beginning to lose my nerve.
Oh, nonsense. Just relax, Phil. Do what you usually do when you're nervous.
Okay, I will.
Alice, is he gonna...
Yes, he is. So you might as well get your guitar out and accompany him.
They call you Lady Luck, but there is room for doubt. At times you have a very unladylike way of running out. You're on a date with me. The pickings have been lush. And yet before this evening is over, you might give me the brush. You might forget your manners. You might refuse to stay. And so the best that I can do is pray. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck, if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck, be a lady tonight.
Be a lady, luck, be a lady.
Luck, let a gentleman see.
Let a gentleman see.
How nice a dame you can be.
How nice you can be.
I know the way you treated other guys you've been with. Luck, be a lady tonight.
Tonight, be a lady, luck.
A lady doesn't leave her escort. It isn't fair.
It isn't fair.
It isn't nice.
It isn't nice.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dice. So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight. Stick with me, baby. I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady tonight.
Whenever you're ready, we ought to go steady. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight.
Luck, if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight.
Stick with me, luck, stick with me, lady luck.
Let a gentleman see how nice a dame you can be.
I know the way you've treated other guys you've been with. Luck, be a lady with me.
A lady doesn't leave her escort.
It isn't fair. It isn't nice.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dice.
It isn't nice. So let's keep the party polite. Never get out of my sight.
Stick with me, baby. I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady. Luck be a lady.
Luck be a lady tonight.
Alice, I don't understand your husband.
Why?
Everybody else is sitting around here bleeding, and he's singing. Sometimes I wonder if he...
folks, you fill out your card?
Yep, here you are, Doc. Glad to have been of service to the Red Cross. Anytime you need me again, just call me. So long. If you follow my instructions, you'll be on your feet in no time.
Come back here. This is just the first step. Now, let me see. Yes, your cards are all in order. Now, I'll take a sample of your blood, Mr. Harris.
What do you need a sample for? What are you going to do? Send a salesman on the road with it?
We need a sample to determine your type. Give me a hand. Now just prick your finger with this needle and take a drop.
Do it to my first wife. I mean, to my wife. Do it to her.
All right, Doctor, I'll go first. Here's my finger.
Thank you. Just hold it steady. There, it's all over.
You see, Phil, I didn't even feel it.
Hey, it's that simple, huh? Hey, there ain't nothing to it. Here's my finger, Doc. Shoot the works. Take 2 drops.
Hold still. There.
You pulled a knife on me.
I'd like to, but we need you. Remley, let me have your finger.
But, Doctor, I don't think...
Hold still. There.
Now I know what a woman goes through when she has a baby.
Now, little mother, take it easy. Be right back as soon as I have this blood type. I had to be a doctor. I should have listened to my father and become a licensed plumber.
Well, I never saw such a disgusting display of cowardice.
I am not a coward. It's just that we musicians are sensitive souls.
Yeah. Hey, look, Curly, I can't stand any more of this torture. I'm going home.
Me too.
Oh, you're not going anyplace, Phil. You come down to give a pint of blood, and you're going to give it.
What's she after, Curly? Your insurance money?
I don't know, but I guess we got to go through with it, Remley. There ain't no way out.
If we could only think about...
Do people care for something to drink? We have tomato juice, orange juice, milk, or tea.
Oh, look, lady, I'm 100 years old. Will you go away? I don't want no trouble.
Hey, wait a minute, Curly. I got an idea. Come here.
What do you want?
I think I know a way we won't have to give them our blood.
What are we going to give them?
What does tomato juice look like?
Well, it's red and it looks like blood. Hey, Rebel, the next time that girl goes by, you cop 2 cups of tomato juice.
Here she comes, Curly. When she passes me, I'll lift 2 cups off.
Tomato juice, orange juice, hot tea, milk.
I got him, Curly.
Good. Now keep them behind you so nobody will see.
Okay. Reach him back here. I'll slip you one.
Got it. Well, Mr. Harris, I just typed your blood, and it's okay. Now, if you'll follow me into the donor's room... No, that won't be necessary, Doc. While I was waiting for you, I thought I'd save you a little time, so I took my own blood out. You took your own? Yes, sir. Here you are, Doc. A whole cup full of the stuff. Pretty, ain't it? Honest, now, did you ever see blood as rich as that before? No, I haven't. And it's the first time I've seen yellow blood with pits in it. Pits! Suddenly you heisted orange juice.
What are you kicking about? I got hot tea with a bag in it.
I'm a busy man, so if you brownies are through playing, let's get on with it.
Doctor, what type of blood do I have?
You're type A, Mrs. Harris.
How about me?
You're type O, Mr. Harris.
What type's my blood, Doc?
That we haven't been able to figure out. We've put it through every test known to medical science, and the results are a little startling.
What do you mean?
Well, your type of blood is found only in prehistoric monsters. Are there any Neanderthal men in your family? Nobody's got an aunt that looks like a dinosaur.
Curly, please, that's no way to talk about my Aunt Brontosaurus. Doctor?
Huh?
What's wrong with my blood?
Well, for one thing, it's not liquid. It has the consistency of well-chewed bubble gum.
No wonder every time I cut myself, there's a loud pop. Well, I guess in that case, you won't be able to use my blood, will you, Doc?
We'll take it. We'll find some use for it. Should be wonderful for sealing wax. We could use it for blowout patches. Or,
All right.
Now, if you folks just wait right here. I'll send one of my assistants in to take your blood.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. And, fellas, you stay right here. I'm going over to get some juice.
It won't work. We tried it.
How can 2 grown men act like...
Hi, Miss Faye.
Oh, hello, Julius. What are you doing here?
I help out in my spare time. I pour the juices they pass out. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I came down to be a donor. And I brought Mr. Harris and Mr. Remley down, too.
Oh, you brought them to the wrong place. This is where we take it, not give it. Where are they?
Well, they're right over there. They're waiting for the doctor's assistant to take their blood.
Oh, I better go over and welcome them. Excuse me. Oh, what an opportunity. Hiya, fellas.
Hey, Julius, what are you doing there?
I'm the doctor's assistant.
Come on, Remley, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. What are you guys here for?
We came down to give our blood.
I'll be glad to take it. Just follow me to the vampire bat department. A nice woman bats 3 and 4.
I'll cut it out, Julius. We want this done the right way.
Yeah, now should I roll up my sleeve so you can take it from my arm?
Don't bother. Just open your collar. I'll take it from your throat.
Stop trying to be a wise guy. Besides, we ain't going to let you do it.
Okay, we got a self-service department. You can do it yourself.
Well, that sounds a little safer. How do we do this?
It's simple. Here's a sharp razor and a 5-gallon can. Now get to work.
A 5-gallon can?
Well, don't stand there, Mac. Fill it up.
Now, will you stop trying to scare us, Julius? How's this really done?
You got nothing to worry about, fellas. It's done very scientifically. I take your blood the same way they get sap from a maple tree.
You mean?
Yeah. I drill a hole in your leg, shove a spigot in, and hang a can on it.
Curly, I don't think I'm going to like this. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, Remley. We got to do our share. One little spigot.
I'm willing to do my share, but I ain't going to let this little leech touch me.
There's other ways you can help out, Mr. Remley.
Yeah?
I can get you a job here as a model.
A model at a blood bank?
Yeah. You stand next to the donor while we're taking his blood, and when the guy begins to look like you, we'll know he's taken too much.
Curly, this kid's got to go. Let's finish him off now.
Take it easy now. Don't rush into it. Let's take our time and think of a nice, gruesome way to get rid of it.
All right, fellas. I was only kidding. I don't take the blood. The doctor does. And he's a wonderful doctor. He has a way of doing it so you don't even feel it.
That's the guy we want to see. Call the doctor.
Okay. Oh, Dr. Dracula! Dr. Dracula! Sharpen your fangs. We got a customer.
That does it, Remy. Let's grab him. Get rid of him right now.
Roger, I got him. What'll we do to him?
Oh, just ad-lib until we find a vital spot.
Let go of me, you villains! Leave me head alone! Stop pressing me soft spot!
Let go of Julius. Phil, get your fingers out of his ear.
I was only going to bowl him down the corridor.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself scaring this poor little child.
Yeah, poor little me. I'll see you later, Miss Faye. You're always trying to do something to shorten me little life.
All right, folks, we're ready for you now. Just follow me, please.
Come on, boys.
Well, I guess this is it, Remley.
Yeah. Well, if we have to go, let's go out like men. With a smile on our faces.
Well, there you are, fellas. It's all over, and there was nothing to it, was there?
No, man, that was a cinch. You know, doctors are pretty clever. You don't feel a thing. How you feel, Frankie?
Great. Just think, Curly, I gave a whole pint of my blood to help somebody else. I'm quite a guy.
Well, I gave a pint too, you know. I'm just as proud of it as you are. Alice, you know what it feels like to give part of you to somebody else.
I also gave a pint.
Yeah, but that's just women's blood. That don't count.
Just think, Curly. Today we gave our blood. Tomorrow they'll be using it to help a couple of soldiers. Or they might give it to 2 little kids who need it.
Yeah. Hey, Ram. I can just see those 2 little kids walking around with our blood in them. The same blood that flows through our... Hey, Remley. You think we did the right thing?
Sure. Those kids are young. They'll outgrow it.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Have you ever looked in the back of your television set? If you have, you probably noticed the complex network of tubes, wires, and parts which help produce the picture on the screen of your picture tube. But when you think about it, the picture is only as good as the picture tube itself. That's why your picture tube is really the heart of your television set. And that's why it pays to insist on the best tube available, an RCA tube, when your present picture tube wears out. You see, every RCA picture tube is manufactured with precise quality controls at every stage of production, assuring you a clearer, brighter, sharper picture for a longer period of time. And an RCA picture tube costs you no more. So, regardless of the make of your set, ask your local repairman to install a genuine RCA picture tube. Then you're sure of enjoying the very best that your television set has to offer.
Folks, this is Phil again. Alice and I want to thank Louis C. Boocheever for his telegram from the American National Red Cross headquarters. And we hope that this program tonight will convince everyone that to donate your blood is completely painless. So act tomorrow. The need is great. When you give your blood, you're giving life itself to our wounded. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Claudette Colbert and MacDonald Carey on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay, gang, time to rustle the rubber around the rostrum and reel in some ribald raucuses in answer to your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Incidentally, this month marks the 5,000th hour of broadcasting from the AES at Tehran in the Persian Gulf Command. And in honor of them, Command Performance has selected as your mistress of ceremonies on this particular stanza the lovely star of Universal Pictures, Deanna Durbin.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hi, fellas.
Pardon me, Deanna.
What is it, Don?
Well, Deanna, I hate to bother you, but something has just come up, and I think you ought to know about it.
Really?
Yes, you know, Jack Benny's on the program tonight.
Yes, but not till later in the show.
Well, he didn't understand it that way. You see, he's been a master of ceremony so long, he assumed he was going to run things tonight.
Oh. Well, where is Jack now?
Well, he's backstage mumbling to himself and writing down with Deanna Durbin on all the dressing room doors.
Oh, I'm sorry Jack is so upset.
But I'm sure that you can straighten things out, Deanna. When he comes in, be diplomatic, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Here he comes now.
I must be careful.
Yeah.
Gentlemen of the AES, meet the great comedian who has entertained you in person in almost every theater of operations, Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks. Hi, fellas.
Welcome to Command Performance, Jack.
Thanks, you little sneak.
Jack, you shouldn't feel like that. I was called upon to be mistress of ceremonies here tonight, and just because you misunderstood and thought you were going to take charge, there's no reason for any hard feelings.
It isn't, huh?
No. I realize that you're one of the world's greatest MCs.
You do, huh?
And I also realize that you've just returned from an extensive tour of our bases in the South Pacific.
And they loved me in New Guinea.
Well, I understand that they loved you everywhere. But I should think that after a trip like that and with all that work, you must be awfully tired.
Oh, I am. I'm exhausted.
Then why don't you go over in the corner and sit down?
Now, just a minute. I'm not that weak, young lady. Besides, if you think I came all the way down here just to sit in the corner, you've got another thing coming. Say, I don't know what's happening to all the young girls nowadays.
Well, naturally, you don't get around them much.
Now, listen, Deanna, topping me will get you nowhere. If you want to be mistress of ceremonies, run the show. It's all yours, Miss Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. As you know, on these command performances, we aim to answer all the mail that comes our way. One of the names we come across over and over again is Martha Tilton. And since her recent tour to the South Pacific, that mail has really piled up. So now...
You see, the mail has really piled up. I mean, there's no cabinet there. Please. You need vaudeville training to introduce people right.
All right, Jack. I'm willing to learn. How would you make the introduction?
Well, I'd try to use a little ingenuity. I'd say something like, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. That's not even the joke yet. I stopped in at the drugstore, and there was a girl playing the pinball machine. And she would have won except for one thing.
What was that, Jack?
She was Tilton. Martha Tilton. There's an introduction. Don't you think so, Deanna?
Well, you could never throw your brain out of joint thinking of it, but it was all right.
I thought it was dynamite. How about you, Martha?
Well...
Now, there's a girl who knows. Gee, Martha, you're looking swell.
Well, thanks, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen you since we both got back from the South Pacific. What's the good word?
It's still no.
Find out what Martha's going to sing. I'm getting nowhere.
Okay, Jack. What's for the boys, Martha? Lots of requests for I Walk Alone, Deanna. I'd like to present to you now, and I do hope this introduction meets with Mr. Benny's approval, one of the finest instrumentalists and band leaders in the country. You know, folks, I was afraid I was going to be late tonight.
Why, Deanna?
Because when I got here, I couldn't open the door, see? Tommy Dorsey.
Thanks, Deanna.
Tommy, I'd like to explain that introduction. You see, it comes from the Jack Benny School of Comedy.
Jack Benny? I remember him. He used to be a very funny guy. I'm still funny, Junior. Oh, hello, Jack. What are you doing here? Up to now, nothing. What are you doing here, Tommy? Oh, I'm going to take some and leave some with the boys.
That's right. The fellows overseas have sent in lots of requests for an all-American jam session.
Good idea.
So we've invited the best in the West to beat it out.
In addition to Tommy Dorsey, we have Count Basie at the piano, Buddy Rich at the drums, Illinois Jack Cat on the tenor sax, Lionel Hampton on the vibes, Artie Shaw on the clarinet, Sergeant Ed McKinney on the bass, Sergeant Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, and Les Paul on the guitar.
Come on, boys, let's go.
That's all right if you want loud stuff. Fellas, let's give Ida sweet as apple cider.
And now, fellas.
Quiet. Get this. Boy, am I hot. I got it, haven't I? I don't know where to put it.
Thank you, Guy Lombardo.
Now cut that out. Listen, Deanna, I don't mind a little kidding, but when I play a beautiful violin solo, give me the credit for it. Nobody else.
Well, Jack, I was just trying to have a little fun. Be clever, like you said.
There's nothing funny about my music, Deanna.
Oh, Jack, calm down, calm down.
Calm down.
If you and Deanna have a difference of opinion, settle it, but stop bickering.
Settle it. How can I hit a woman?
You don't have to hit anybody.
Well, I'm not the kind of a guy that settles things with words. I'm a two-fisted guy, you know.
What's come over you?
You want to know something, Don? I beat up Jimmy Cagney on the way to the studio tonight, and he's plenty tough.
You beat up Cagney?
Look, gentlemen, are we going to get on with the show, or are we going to stand here and listen to Mr. Benny flap his gray chops?
Oh, if you were only Cagney.
Jack, stop dreaming. You wouldn't sneeze if Jimmy Cagney threw a handful of pepper in your face.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Well, it just so happens that on the way down here tonight, Cagney bumped into my car, and that's all I needed, brother.
Still sounds fantastic.
That's all. I'll tell you what. Ginger Rogers was driving along. She saw the accident. You call her up tomorrow and ask her. She'll tell you how tough I was.
Well, we don't have to wait to call her tomorrow, Jack. It so happens she's standing in the wings right now. Come on out, Ginger. Hello, Diana. Hello, Ginger.
Trouble with this show, everybody's on it.
Why, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Cheapers.
Oh, Ginger, Jack was just telling us that you were a witness to a little accident. What happened?
Oh, it's not important. I'm not suing Cagney or anything. Let's forget about it.
No. I'd like to know what happened. Well...
Say, Ginger, that's a beautiful hat. May I wear it sometime?
You've still got an umbrella of mine that you borrowed in 1929.
Well, I've been meaning to return it.
Oh, now quit stalling, Jack. What about the accident?
What are you, an ambulance chaser or something? We're talking about Ginger's hat.
Come on, Ginger, tell us about the accident.
Well, we were all driving east on Sunset, and Jack was waving at me and giggling and honking his horn.
Well, sure I was giggling. I mean, the springs in my front seat are all sticking through.
And naturally, Jack's car got out of control, and he smacked into Cagney's fender.
That'll be decided in court, Miss Rogers.
Then things started to happen. Jack was really mad. He jumped out of his car. Cagney jumped out of his car. Jack jumped back into his car. What's that?
Well, I bawled Cagney out. You can't deny that.
Oh, that's right. He really dressed Jimmy down.
You're darn right I did.
Well, of course, Jack locked the door and rolled up the windows first.
I did not. There's not a window in my car.
Not now, there isn't. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face when he saw Jimmy's fist coming through the windshield.
Well, he didn't hit me.
Oh, could he? You had your head in the glove compartment.
I was looking for my tear gas fountain pen. Lucky for Cagney, I didn't find it. Believe me, if he ever opens his mouth to me again, I'll fix his wagon.
You will, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jack, what would you say if I told you that right now Jimmy Cagney was standing right in back of you?
Well, that's just it. Yikes!
Jimmy Cagney, fellas.
Well, hello, Ginger. Diana?
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, if it isn't Barney Oldfield.
I know someplace I've got a laugh here. I don't know where it is. Listen, don't try to laugh it off, Cagney. You scratch my fender, it's going to cost you about $300 to have it touched up.
Who's doing the painting for you, Rembrandt?
That happens to be his name, Morty Rembrandt. 1820 Temple Street. Open evenings. I'll have Morty send you the bill.
Look, Jack, you better drop the whole thing, or I'll start an action against you to collect for the damage to my car.
You'll have some job getting anything out of me, brother.
I'll get some dough out of you if I have to dig up your whole front yard.
You can dig all you want, but if you haven't got the map, you're a dead duck. Besides, Cagney, I've got a witness. She saw the whole thing, Ginger Rogers.
Why, I couldn't testify for you, Jack. After all, you bumped into Jimsy.
Jimsy? I can see where I stand here.
Well, I think Ginger's being very fair.
Fair meaning she's not a brunette. Listen, Ginger, you can look at this accident any way you want to.
Look, Jack, you're acting like a little boy.
Yep, an old, broken-down little boy. Jack, once and for all, let's stop the whole thing, or you're going to pay for my fender.
Oh, I am, eh? Well, I can see there's only one way out. We'll settle this man to man. Do you fight?
Quite a bit.
What else do you do?
I dance.
Well, let's dance and settle this.
I hate to break up these beautiful hostilities, but we've got to get back to command performance. There's a letter here addressed to Jimmy Cagney from the Brooklyn gang at APO 885. It seems that Gowanus Gus, Flatbush Flanagan, Demi Tass McGuire of Borough Hall, Left Field Louie from Ebbets Field, and Sandflea Phil from Coney Island have a special request.
What is the honor?
Well, they say they haven't had a chance to see you in pictures lately, but they sure remember some of those tough guy parts you used to do. So they want you to pick somebody on command performance tonight and punch them in the jaw.
Well, let's see now. Who all's on the show?
Well, there's me, Martha Tilton, Ginger Rogers,
and Don Wilson. Good old Don.
And then, of course, there's you, Jackie.
Now she gets friendly.
Well, I'd like to oblige the boys from Brooklyn. It looks like you're it, Jackie. I'm game if you are.
Who goes on the game end? Why can't I do the punching? I've been in some pretty tough pictures myself, you know.
Brutal is the word.
Don't evade the issue. Why can't I hit you?
Because this is command performance, and we've got to answer your requests exactly as they come in.
Very well. I'm ready. First, there's something I'd like to see. Gentlemen, I regret I have but one jaw to give to my country.
Also, that you ever took your head out of that glove compartment.
Please, Ginger, there's no time for levity. Go ahead, Jimmy, and remember, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, here goes. No, can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, you coward. Come on.
Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney. And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny's toupee kindly return it to the stage?
Jack, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. You were supposed to fake that punch, Cagney, and you really let me have it. Now it's my turn, brother.
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. Put up your dukes. Now take that.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny kindly return him to the stage?
While the ushers are reviving Mr. Benny, this seems a good time to say that we've had an awful lot of requests to have Jimmy Cagney sing some of the songs from Yankee Doodle Dandy. How about it, James?
Very glad to, Deanna, very glad to. And incidentally, I want to thank all the fellows in the ETO who treated me so wonderfully when I was visiting them recently. I really got a great thing out of it, and that's no fooling. And for me to tell you that you're doing a great job is like telling Abbott and Costello who's on first. Anyhow, with a bow to George M. Cohan, here it is. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or a brag. What should old acquaintance be forgot? Here I am, that grand old flag. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, Yankee Doodle do or die. July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Now Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am the Yankee Doodle boy.
Well, gang, that kind of wraps up another bundle of whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, we'd like to hear from you. If you have any extra special people or things you'd like to hear. We got that note from you guys down at the Atterbury Hotel in downtown Guadalcanal. And we got some ideas for you that we're sending along. Meantime...
Pardon me, Deanna. I'd just like to say that if any of my fans are worried about me, I'm perfectly okay. That punching business was just a little gag. I'd give that Cagney a Mickey Finn if I didn't think he'd enjoy it. Good night, fellas.
And this is Deanna Durbin saying, the best of the best from the USA. Good night.
Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, our guests, Amos and Andy, and Mansell Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan, Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Gentlemen, tonight we present something heretofore unheard of in radio. One comedian is devoting his entire 60 minutes to a monster tribute to celebrate the 10th anniversary of another comedian. The comedian who is going to get it is Jack Benny. The man who is going to give it is Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. As long as I accidentally bowed so low, I might as well pull up my stockings. I mean, a midget might walk in and say, there is a man who is not neat. His stockings are varicocele. And thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And there's no time to waste, Jimmy, tonight. This week, Jack Benny, the neurotic Superman, completes his 10th year in radio. And tonight we are going to celebrate Jack Benny's anniversary.
You mean you're dedicating the whole 60 minutes to Jack?
Well, not in toto, Jimmy. A few of our minutes had better be dedicated to Texaco, or next week this program will be known as The Man in the Street.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, now let's get going. We've got to make this an hour tonight that Benny will remember to his dying day. Now, is everybody ready? Say, Portland.
Oh, hail to Jack Benny.
No, not yet. No, not yet. Not yet.
But I've written a eulogy.
Well, later you can make with the eulogy. Say, Kenny.
Okay, F.A., I got my Jack Benny serenade all set.
Fine. And Mr. Goodman, have you written that special music for this festive occasion?
What else? To honoring Benny, the musician, I, Goodman, am composing a string symphony.
A string symphony? It sounds impressive.
This could be. 22 violins are playing not only off key, but also not tuned.
A fitting tribute to Benny the musician, indeed. Now, tell me, did you write an original sonata?
Confidentially, I am composing Rubinstein's Melody in F.
Well, how can you compose something Rubinstein has already composed?
I am decomposing it.
Oh, never mind. Just give us a fanfare, maestro, and let's go. Tonight, the Texaco Star Theater salutes Jack Benny. Hollywood, California. On May 9th, 1941, America's favorite killer cycle wit celebrates his 10th year in radio. 10 years ago, back in 1931, Jack Benny made his first appearance in radio. Yes, 1931 was an eventful year. In 1931, the President of these United States was...
Herbert Clark Hoover.
The Vice President was...
Who knows?
In 1931, the Governor of New York State...
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
The Mayor of New York City...
The Honorable James J. Walker.
In 1931, the Broadway movie theaters were showing...
Public Enemy, starring Jimmy Cagney.
Indiscreet, starring Gloria Swanson.
Bengali, starring John Barrymore. Now stooging for Rudy Valley.
In May 1931, the baseball season was underway.
The Brooklyn Dodgers are in 7th place. 1-3, lost 10. Wait till next year.
This took 10 years, however. In 1931, Prohibition was in force. Bootleg liquor flooded the country. It was not unusual to hear a drinking man say...
I took a drink today. It dissolved my 2 front teeth right down to the pivots.
That year, vaudeville comedians were telling Prohibition jokes.
Have you tried that new nip and tuck whiskey?
Yeah, 1 nip, and they tuck you away for the night. Yeah.
This theme is still laying off. In 1931, the police commissioner of New York City said...
Police department is cracking down on motorists blowing their auto horns. I'll have New York quiet in 30 days.
That man is now living in Connecticut. A New York subway contractor announced that year...
Blasting the 6th Avenue subway will damage the water main. The 6th Avenue subway may never be completed.
That's what he thought. Today, you can't tell the 6th Avenue subway from a hole in the ground. In 1931, the district attorney of New York said...
Slot machines have got to go. I'll stamp out every racket in New York if I have to use both feet.
This same year, the King of Siam visited New York.
Are you the King of Siam?
Yes, I am.
On May 1st, 1931, a new high mark was set in Manhattan's skyline. The Empire State Building, 102 stories high, was open to the public. Up in the observation tower of the Empire State Building, a sightseeing couple from Jersey was heard to say...
You're high up here, ain't it, Mabel?
Yeah. Say, what's that peppermint lifesaver laying in that field?
That ain't no lifesaver, Mabel. It's a Yankee Stadium.
Well, what do you know? Say, what's that flat thing there? Looks like a pancake somebody sat on.
That's Jersey, Mabel.
Jersey, what do you know?
Yeah, ain't it wonderful?
Yes, it was wonderful. In 1931, thousands of people who lived in Jersey came all the way to New York City and paid $1 to go up on top of the Empire State Building to look back at Jersey again. Many important events occurred that year. Several people questioned about 1931 remember other momentous happenings. A little-known man about hamburger stand who recalls 1931 is Sherman Mazda. What is your outstanding recollection of 1931, Sherman?
Oh, 1931 is the year the pajama string was invented.
The pajama string was invented that year, hey? And this impressed you?
Oh, the pajama string was a boon to mankind.
A boon to mankind in what way?
Before the pajama string was invented,
Yes?
a man going to bed with pajamas on had his hands full.
I don't get it, but then again, who am I? And thank you, Sherman Mazda. A housewife who will long remember 1931 is Mrs. Tilton Shanty. What impressed you back in 1931, Mrs. Shanty?
1931's the year cellophane came out.
And cellophane impressed you, did it?
Cellophane liked to ruin me.
Well, how do you mean?
In 1931, they started putting cellophane on bread.
I see.
Nobody told nobody what it was.
Oh, and you?
I was slicing the cellophane along with the bread, putting butter on it and eating it.
You were eating cellophane?
With butter on it.
Well, how was it?
It's better with ketchup on it.
Well, tell me, how long did you continue to eat this cellophane?
For 6 months. Then I couldn't stand it no more. I felt like I had an accordion in my stomach.
An accordion in there?
Yeah. Inside I felt creased.
Creased, huh? Well, what did you do?
Nothing. Just quit eating bread.
You did, huh? Well, after eating cellophane for 6 months back in 1931, do you feel any ill effects today?
Don't feel nothing.
No?
But when I bend over, I crinkle.
You...
And every time I sit down, it sounds like somebody's opening a bundle.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Tilton Shanty. A man who will long remember 1931 is Mr. Bedecker Stilt. What, in retrospect, Bedecker, highlights that year for you?
2 things.
Namely?
1931 is the year the zipper was invented.
And?
1931 had the coldest winter in history.
Well, what is it about the zipper and the cold that still impresses you?
Well, like I say, in 1931, the zipper was invented.
Yes?
They was putting zippers on everything. Shoes, raincoats, overnight bags.
And you succumbed to the vogue, did you?
Oh, yeah.
You did, huh?
I bought me a Bell Brigham Union suit. It had a zipper all the way down the front.
But where does the cold spell come in?
Well, sir, the morning the cold started, I get up to put on my union suit. The zipper is frozen.
The zipper is frozen.
I bend down to breathe on it while I'm trying to pull it up.
Yeah?
There I am, breathing and tugging and breathing.
Yes?
All of a sudden, zip. Up she comes. I can't straighten up.
Why not?
My nose is caught in the zipper.
You couldn't get it out?
Oh, for 2 weeks, if you seen me on the street and wanted to know who I was, you had to open my vest. I was right on the inside.
You were inside, with business going on as usual. How did you finally get your nose out of the zipper?
Well, I kept poking my nose into the zipper and making the hole bigger.
Uh-huh.
When the hole got big enough, I crawled into the union suit and got out through the leg.
You made it the hard way, and thank you, Bedecker Still. And with Mr. Still's nostalgic escapade, we bring to a close this cavalcade of highlights taken from that outstanding year, 1931, and the first episode in our great tribute to Jack Benny. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Excuse me, Fred.
Yes, Jimmy?
I don't like to butt in, but where was the tribute? You didn't even mention Jack's name.
Now, look, Mr. Wallington, you stick to your announcing. I'm handling the festivities here.
Yes, but I still don't see where the tribute comes in.
Look, Benny started 10 years ago, didn't he?
Well, yes, but...
We gave you everything of importance that happened in 1931, didn't we?
But you didn't mention Jack Benny.
You can draw your own conclusions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker sings a number with our idol in mind. Kenny's song explains why he is on this program, and it's dedicated to Jack Benny. The song is appropriately called Because of You, if you get what we mean, Mr. Benny.
The moon and stars will say you're mine forever and never to part. I only live for your love and your kiss. It's paradise to be near you like this. Because of you, my life is now worthwhile, and I can smile because of you. There's a song in my heart, my romance had to start. Because of you, the sun will shine, the moon and stars will say you're mine forever and never to part. Pledge your love with a kiss. It's paradise to be near you like this. Because of you, my life is now worthwhile, and I can smile because of you.
That was very nice, Kenny.
Say, Fred, would you like to take a little intelligence test?
An intelligence test? You mean to see if I'm as smart as Mr. Benny? Or what do you mean?
Well, I'm going to give you 3 familiar phrases. Now, you tell me who says them and what they mean.
All right, Jimmy.
All right, here we go. Last call, last call. Curtain going up.
Why, that's a call boy in a theater.
That's right. Now this one. Last call, dinner now being served in the dining car.
Oh, that's easy. Your dialect gave the whole thing away. That's a Pullman waiter.
That's right. Now here's one more. Last call, final warning. All right, who is that?
Gosh, Jimmy, I've got to give up. Who is it?
It's me.
You? No kidding.
Right.
You had me fooled at that.
With the last call, the final warning to put your car in condition to stand warm weather driving. The deadline is here. No driver can feel absolutely safe about his car without a complete change over to spring right now. So why delay? See your Texaco dealer. He'll quickly and expertly put your car in condition for warm weather driving. First, he'll replace the worn-out winter oil now in your crankcase with insulated Haviland or insulated Texaco motor oil, insulated especially to resist high engine temperatures. Next, he'll drain the transmission and differential, refill with the right seasonal grade of Texaco gear lubricant to make sure of smooth, quiet shifting. And then he'll stop squeaks and wear on the chassis with Marfak, M-A-R-F-A-K, Texaco's famous 40-point chassis lubrication service. So don't delay. Tune up and catch up with spring at your Texaco dealer now.
Certidumbre. The music, the names you can't even pronounce. And played by, whatever it was, played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. Their records are now available at the 54th Street Police Station. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on with our Jack Benny Paniversary.
Oh, hail to Jack Benny!
Oh, no, wait. Later with the hail, Portland, later.
But you haven't said anything nice about Jack yet.
Well, we'll get to that. This is a monster tribute, and we'll get to the monster shortly. Now, if you'll just go on.
Oh, hail to Jack Benny! I'm yelling hoarsely.
Well, I don't...
May he jump 10 points on his next carrosse.
Oh, now, look, please, Portland.
Hi, folks.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
What's up?
Mr. Benny's Crossley. And incidentally, Portland, that's Crossley. You'd better get the name straight because Mr. Crosley, the head of the Crosley Radio Survey, is going to be on our program next week.
Is that the Mr. Crosley who lets you know if your program is going over with a bang?
Yes, that's the...
Crosley with a bang, he says.
Well, what's wrong with that, Mr. Goodman?
Crosley is with a bing. Bing Crosley.
All right.
Mr. Chase is with a bang.
What, Mr. Chase?
The Chase National Bang.
This is an all-out Benny program, all right.
Oh, hail to Jack
Now,
Benny!
later, please, Portland. Now, later.
Don't you want me to finish my poem?
Not now. I don't know.
I told you, Porty. This celebration is a fake. This program isn't a tribute to Mr. Benny at all.
Oh, no?
No.
You should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Allen.
This is like at a dinner. The guest of honor is getting a Nicky Fink.
Now, just a minute. You too, Maestro. You all think I'm faking. Now, I'll show you what I'm going to do. When a man makes good, everybody slaps him on the back. But who is it, no matter whether he's up or down, who is it keeps plugging him?
His agent.
No, I'll tell you who it is. It's the folks back home, his old hometown. Now, tonight, I have spared no expense in bringing before you a distinguished citizen of Mr. Benny's hometown. Who is more qualified, more eager to heap praises on a hometown boy who had made good than the mayor of that hometown in person?
Mr. Allen, you
Yes,
mean...
Portland. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the mayor of Waukegan, Illinois, His Honor Mansell Talcott. Well, good evening, Mayor Talcott.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, Mayor Talcott, if...
You can call me Bitey, Fred.
Didey, did you say?
Oh, Bitey, that's my nickname.
Oh, fine. Bitey, I see. Well, Didey had me a little worried there. I thought you were appearing under wraps tonight.
Not on a night like this, Fred.
Well, now, first, I want to thank you for making the long trip down from Waukegan to be with us on this festive occasion.
Fred, on behalf of Waukegan, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to bring a message from the fairest city of the Middle West.
Fine. Tonight, all animosity is forgotten, and credit where credit is due is our slogan.
Yes, I'm eager to start talking, Fred.
Well, small wonder you're having trouble holding in. Yes, it's a proud night for Waukegan. 10 years ago, what was Waukegan? A slumbering little hamlet on the shores of Lake Michigan. And then, overnight, it happened.
It certainly did.
One morning, Waukegan awoke to find itself nationally famous.
Internationally famous.
Right you are. And what was it, Mayor Talcott, that happened 10 years ago that skyrocketed Waukegan to the fame it enjoys today?
The Johnson Outboard Motor Company opened its new plant.
Exactly. The Johnson Outboard Motor Company. Why, today you can't say putt-putt without thinking of Waukegan. Truly an industrial triumph.
Thank you, Fred.
Mayor, I can think of no better way of spending the rest of our time tonight than going deeper into this enchanting subject of outboard motors.
Well, of course, I'm really not here to talk about outboard motors.
I sense the civic subtlety of your rejoinder, Mayor.
There is, shall we say, another thing that has made Waukegan famous.
Too true, too true.
I'm sure everyone knows to what I'm referring.
Well, if everybody knows, why bring it up, Mayor?
Well, Fred, after all, that's why I'm here.
Yes, I guess we may as well face it.
Of course, no one will be surprised to hear that I am referring to Waukegan's Pride and Joy.
And Waukegan's Pride and Joy, Mayor Talcott, is?
Factory number 6 of the American Can Company. Then, of course, you know that Waukegan is the home of the Johns Manville Asbestos Company, the Cyclone Fence Company, the Abbott Laboratories, and many others.
Well, haven't you overlooked one other thing Waukegan is justly proud of?
You mean the new super silo of the Blackford Cast Meal Company, Fred?
Exactly. It was uppermost in my mind at the time.
But, Mr. Talcott, isn't Waukegan famous because of a local boy who made good?
Portland, please, Portland.
That's all right, Fred. Portland asked a question that I, as mayor, have answered many times.
But, Mayor, we don't want you to tax your throat talking about a Waukegan celebrity.
I'll risk it, Fred. We in Waukegan never tire of talking about him.
And the man you mean is...
Waukegan's own Bob O'Farrell.
Bob O'Farrell! Bob O'Farrell was one of the greatest catchers the Cubs ever had. Why, I remember...
But, Mayor Talcott, hasn't Waukegan another celebrity?
Yes, Portland.
Portland. Let's not grill our guest. Well, Mayor Talcott, it's been a pleasure to talk to you about Waukegan's great, and I hope
but
that...
Mr. Allen!
Our time is limited, Portland. We can't discuss every Tom, Dick, and Harry who comes from Waukegan.
But this isn't any Tom, Dick, or Harry. He's a famous movie star.
Waukegan isn't a movie center. None of our cinema stars come from Waukegan, do they, Mayor?
Not that I know of. Possibly a few extras here and there.
You see, Portland, a few extras here and there. A thing like that could happen to any town.
But, Mr. Talcott, doesn't a great radio star come from Waukegan?
Portland, you're embarrassing the mayor. So they haven't anybody in radio. That's no crime.
I know the man Portland is referring to, Fred.
You do?
Yes, Waukegan is responsible for radio's greatest sensation the past year.
You mean?
Yes, Mr. Muncie.
Mr. Muncie created a sensation in radio?
Yes. His suspenders broke on We the People.
But there's another man from Waukegan on the radio, Mayor Talcott.
Yes, but his name would mean nothing to the mayor.
If you can tell me something about this man, I might place him, Fred.
Well, now let me see. About 30 years ago, this fellow, who is now prematurely an old man, this fellow was keeping company with a girl named Gussie Loomis.
Oh, yes. Gussie still lives in Waukegan.
I'm glad to hear that, and doing well, I hope. Well, this sentimental young tailor's son, as an inexpensive token of his affection, gave Gussie a lock of his hair. But as the years went by, Gussie got to know him better, and naturally they drifted apart. That was 30 years ago.
This is mighty interesting, Fred.
It is mighty interesting. I find it so myself. Well, Mayor, last fall, this jaded old roue came all the way from Hollywood, stole into Waukegan in the dead of night, broke into Gussie Loomis's trailer, and turned it topsy-turvy.
Why, Fred?
He was trying to get back that lock of hair. And not for sentimental reasons, believe me. Today, that guy is combing his hair with military sponges.
Now do you know who he is, Mr. Talcott?
Not offhand, Portland.
But this man's on the radio. Didn't you go on a radio program last year?
Yes, I did, but I'd rather not mention it.
Oh, you mean there were repercussions when you got back to Waukegan?
There were delayed repercussions, Fred.
Delayed repercussions? Well, how do you mean?
Well, this year I ran for re-election in Waukegan.
And how did you come out?
Well, Fred, shake hands with the ex-mayor of Waukegan.
The ex-mayor? Do you mean to say that you lost the election because you merely appeared on the same program with this questionable character?
That is a question you'll have to ask the voters of Waukegan, Fred.
Well, thank you, Mayor Talcott, for this enlightening interview about Waukegan. We're certainly sorry you lost the recent election, and we wish you every success in your return to private life. Your outstanding record certainly entitles you to the very best.
Thank you, Fred. Good night.
Good night, and thank you, ex-mayor Mel Talcott. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, Wynn Murray gives us a short breathing spell in our Benny celebration as she sings A Romantic Gal Eyes.
A romantic guy I, pale and frantic guy I am, so high in the sky that each passerby must know that love is the reason why. A romantic guy I, your romantic eye my way would bring heaven nigh, so why don't you try a romantic guy, a romantic guy I see the moonlit moon, I see red roses in the snow. You've kept each vow of love, and now I know why I see the moon at noon. A romantic guy I, pale and frantic guy I am, so high in the sky that each passerby must know that love is the reason why. A romantic guy I, your romantic eye my way would bring heaven nigh, so why don't you try a romantic guy? I'm too romantic, I'm high in the sky, a romantic guy
Now, tonight, as a special feature of the Jack Benny anniversary, we solve a mystery that has baffled the Benny program for the past few weeks. The mystery, to wit, what became of the gas man? Now, at great expense, we have engaged that famous crystal gazer, Swami Schmaltz, to, that's the Boston pronunciation for schmaltz, to locate the gas man for us. Proceed, Swami.
I am now gazing into my crystal ball.
Yes?
All is darkness. Ah, now the darkness is taking form. I see a whirling dark spot.
Is it the 8-ball?
No. The shadows are clearing.
Yes?
I see something. Ah, the gas man.
Where is he?
He's standing beside a gas pump. The gas man is a Texaco dealer.
Well, the mystery is solved. There is your gas man.
Wait a minute. What does it say on that gas pump?
I'll look, Mr. Elliott. Mm-hmm. It says Sky Chief.
Ah, then there's no mystery there either, my friend. Even though that name does have a magical attraction for everyone who drives a car. No mystery in that name. Texaco Sky Chief. Just a big promise. A promise of something out of the ordinary in gasoline performance. So the next time you're ready to fuel up, try Texaco Sky Chief. Then feel the difference. The lift of smooth, mighty power for takeoff. The quick, surging response to the throttle in traffic and on the hill. The effortless way your car soars along the straightaways. Yes, Sky Chief is that different. Introduce yourself soon to the thrill of flying the highway with your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, and now you ought to get a dimmer put on that blue serge suit there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our great Benny Mardi Gras. It is indeed a rare privilege to present our next guest. Radio made Jack Benny famous, but the two comedians who made radio famous are Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, better known to radio audiences everywhere as Amos and Andy. Well, welcome to our Jubilee, gentlemen.
Thank you, Fred. That goes for me, too, Fred.
You know, this is really an event, catching you two boys in public without your dialects on.
Well, to tell you the truth, Fred, Charlie and I would feel a lot better right now as Amos and Andy.
Well, you're not nervous, are you?
Well, I'm nervous, Fred, and I'm not kidding. Yes, Charlie's so nervous, I'm shaking.
Well, all right, fellas. If it'll make you feel more at home, I'll start shaking, too, to be sociable.
Thanks, Fred. That'll help us a whole lot.
Well, this get-together tonight will probably confuse everybody, boys. You were on tonight at 7 o'clock for Campbell's Soup, and now you're here for Texaco. Tomorrow, people will probably be trying to buy soup at filling stations and putting Campbell's chicken gumbo in their gas tank.
Well, if they do, Fred.
Wait, we train them to laugh young here. That's right. A little apprentice laugher we brought in for tonight.
Well, it's your own fault. You invited us over here.
Well, yes, I did, Charlie, and now I'll tell you why. Tonight we are celebrating Jack Benny's anniversary. It's a big night. Now, I thought if you fellas would take me up to Harlem to see Amos and Andy, I might get them to help out with the festivities. Well, how about it?
Why, sure. We'll take you up to the lodge all right now. Yes, and you're lucky, too, Fred, because Amos, Andy, and the Kingfish are up there now talking.
Fine. Well, of course, the quickest way to get up to Harlem is not to call a cab, but to take your theme song. And we'll be up to the lodge hall in no time.
Come in.
I wonder who this is.
Yeah, well, maybe it's the good humor man back again. Now, come in. Yes, sir.
What is it, son?
Well, boys, Correll and Gosden sent me up to see you fellows. My name is Fred Allen.
Oh, yes, sir. Glad to know you, Miss Allen. My name is Amos.
I is Andy.
And I is the Kingfish.
Well, I hope I'm not intruding, boys.
Oh, no, sir.
No, you ain't protruding. No, sir. What can we do for you, Miss Allen?
Yes, sir. Please, please.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm here.
Yes, sir, Miss Allen.
Tonight, I am sponsoring a big celebration, and I need your support.
You has got it.
It's the 10th anniversary.
We is behind you tooth and nail.
Of a great radio personality.
We with you, Miss Allen.
He's the star of the Jell-O program.
Yeah, good. It's time we was doing something for Rochester.
Rochester?
Yes, sir. He is the star of the Jell-O program.
Yes, sir. The Jell-O program is a one-man show, and that one man is Rochester.
But, boys, you don't...
Rochester, Harlem is behind you. Rochester is a character and a member of our Lord. He deserves that recognition.
Well, just a minute, fellows. After all, the star of the Jell-O program...
Wait a minute. You don't have to tell us nothing about Rochester.
Little old Rochester seemed like only yesterday that he was sweeping out the lodge. Today he is sweeping the country.
Yeah. Temper sure do fidget, don't it?
Boys, this tribute I'm talking about...
Mr. Allen is right, Andy. We ought to pay a tribute.
Oh, nothing is too good for Rochester. What can we do for him?
Boys, wait a minute. I got it. The idea done hit me. As the head of the Mystic Knights of the Sea, I move second and carries the motion that we erect a monument to Rochester.
Yeah, a monument to Rochester on a horse.
Yeah, with the horse rearing, with his front feet up in the air, pawing and all that stuff.
Yeah. How is that, Miss Allen?
Why, that's a good idea, Andy. Rochester, the Lone Ranger of Lenox Avenue.
Miss Allen, I can see it now. Rochester on a horse with a sign on it, a prescription reading...
E pluribus Jell-O.
But wait a minute, Aunt. Mr. Allen, what would a statue like this on a horse cost?
Oh, let me see. I'd say about $200 for Rochester and $200 for the horse.
Oh, sounds great.
Yeah, sounds great to me, too. Even better than that.
Now, hold on a minute, though, fella. Look here. You know the Lord ain't got that kind of money.
Well, if that's the case, boys, perhaps we'd better retrench.
I agree with Mr. Allen. We ought to have a bigger statue. Oh, wait a minute, David. He means to cut it down.
Yeah, cut it down. That sounds great. How about Rochester on a pony?
Yeah, that's the idea right there. You got something there. A little sweatling pony. Now, just wait a minute, fellas. We can't afford a pony.
Well, if you can't afford it, boys, say, how would this be? You can take Rochester down off the horse and just have him standing there, a pedestrian. Now, instead of the $400, why, the statue will only cost you half of that.
Yeah, but that's $200, and we ain't got $200. It's got to be cheaper.
Cheaper, eh? Well, how about making the statue smaller? You can have a statue of Rochester as a boy.
As a boy, yes, sir. That's great, Miss Allen. Yeah, well, what'll that cost?
Well, Rochester is a little boy with no hat on and barefooted. It'll cost around $100.
$100? Oh, no.
Well, we could get a bust for $50.
Yeah, a bust. Now, that sounds great.
A bust, that's right. That is our tribute to Rochester.
Yeah, but, Andy, wait a minute. Where is we going to get $50? Yeah, well, now, hold on, gentlemen. Money is no object. Harlem is behind Brother Rochester to a man. We got to do something.
Yes, sir. We got to do something.
Well, look, boys. After all, at a time like this, it isn't a question of money. It's the sentiment that counts. Now, why don't you forget about the statue and just send Rochester a present, a little token of your esteem? So how about a floral horseshoe?
Horseshoe? Sounds great.
Yeah, that's great. Now you get somewhere. A floral horseshoe. Yeah, with a ribbon on it. The ribbon reading good luck to Rochester. We'll make the flowers them chrysanthemum things. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, well, what you going to use for money to buy the flowers?
How about sending Rochester a telegram?
Oh, great idea. Now you got a good idea there. A night letter from the Mystic Knights of the Sea. Yeah, but he's in California. A telegram costs money.
Yes, you can't. Amos is right. You can't send congratulations collect.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute there. Now, here's what we'll do. Forget the telegram. Let's write Rochester a nice letter.
Okay, that's good. Write him the letter.
All right, I'll write him a nice letter. Of course, I'll get a stamp. Now, let me see. A stamp, or that's 3 cents, ain't it? 3 cents. 3 cents. You know I done left my wallet at home here. What's the matter with me? Amos, you got any change? No, I ain't. Is you holding, Andy?
No, I is empty, too.
Well, fellas?
Mr. Allen, you know how the Lord feels about Rochester. We love the boy. And ain't nothing we wouldn't do for him.
But what about the Lodge's tribute, Kingfish?
Here's what we'll do.
Yes?
The next time you see Rochester...
Yes?
Give him our regards, will you? That's what I'm
Thank you, Freeman and Charlie. That was a treat.
It's been fun visiting, Fred. Yes, Fred, and you ought to drop in and see us before we go back to California.
Yes, but you don't have guests on your program.
Well, you come over tomorrow night, and we'll break a rule.
All right, I'll see you on your program tomorrow night. Thanks a lot for your kindness and your great help tonight, Amos and Andy. Thank you. And now, continuing in our Jack Benny mood, Kenny sings a song dedicated to a bird Mr. Benny received during his opening performance at the Novelty Theater in Topeka, Kansas. The bird number is called On Wings of Song.
On wings of song I will take thee. In dreams, my love, we will go to a home I have made thee, where Ganges waters flow. Our garden is brightly shining beneath the moon so clear. The lotus flowers are pining to see their sister dear. The lotus flowers are pining rejoicing that Faye has blessed us with such a lovely dream, with such a
Another tribute to Jack Benny.
Duds just don't belong in fast-acting company. You won't beat them among the men of action who drive fire engines, or for that matter, patrol cars, ambulances, and other emergency duty vehicles. They want action, and they want it from gasoline, too. They don't want duds around in the form of sluggish, slow-action elements that rob engines of vital power in the line of duty. So because the duds are out of Texaco Fire Chief, it's famous as the emergency duty gasoline. Every drop is packed with quick-acting power for fast starts, steady, sustained power for long, hard runs. That's what you get for your everyday driving in Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and Fire Chief.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our salute to Jack Benny.
Oh, hail to Jack Benny.
No. Not yet, Portland.
But the program's almost over, and you haven't even mentioned Jack.
Haven't mentioned why the whole program. You heard Mr. Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan.
The mayor is plugging only Waukegan.
Well, what about Amos and Andy?
Amos and Andy went to town for Rochester.
All right. You think I'm sabotaging, Benny? You people just can't wait. Why, the whole Texaco Workshop sketch coming up now is about Mr. Benny. This cavalcade is called The Highlights of a Lowlife, or Benny Marches On. Our story opens in a tiny log cabin in a small town in Illinois. A young husband eagerly awaits the arrival of his first child. The husband and doctor stand together at the window. Anxiously, they scan the sky. The husband speaks.
Any sign of the stork yet, Doc?
No, I don't see nothing.
Look, what's that bird coming this way?
Whoopee, it's the stork.
For a stork, he's flying mighty low, Doc.
Yeah, and his beak's bent double like a hairpin.
It must be a heavy bundle he's carrying, Doc.
Stand back. The stork let go. It's coming down the chimney.
Well, jumping. Jehoshaphat.
Boy, that's some fat baby. Congratulations, Mr. Wilson. It's a boy.
Oh, just look at the little feller. Speak to your paw, son. Say something.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
That was the first highlight in Jack Benny's career. Don Wilson was born. And now, our scene changes to a scrubby and fallow plantation deep down in the Old South. Old Colonel Oglethorpe Harrison has sent a slave to fetch his raw-boned son, Philpot, out of the cotton patch. Philpot Harrison enters the room.
You all send for me to be Fox, Pappy?
Sure enough did, Philpot. The time has come for you all to inherit the traditions of the old Sioux.
What traditions, Pappy?
You're going to become a planter like your pappy, Philpot.
I'm going to be a musician, Pappy.
You're a star, son. You won't have a pop to your name, Philpot.
Well, then I'll just be still, Pappy.
Son, if you all ain't a planter, you all ain't the son of a Harrison.
Well, you can take the son off of Harrison, too. I've still got Harris left.
Son, you was christened Philpot Harrison.
My new name's Phil Harris, Pappy.
But for 10 generations, us Harrisons has planted corn. Corn is in our blood.
Then I'll put corn in my music. I'll be Phil Harris, king of corn.
This was the second highlight in Jack Benny's career. Philpot Harrison did become a musician, and today this raw-boned son of a southern planter is known to millions as Phil Harris, the King of Corn. His band tours the country as the crow flies. And our locale shifts again. The scene now is the basement in the May Company department store in Los Angeles, California. It is 5:30 closing time. Over in a dark corner, a beautiful young salesgirl is checking over her slips at the toupee counter. The floor walker speaks.
Call out your sales, Miss Livingston. I'll check these receipts.
Yes, Mr. Morrow. 15 black toupees.
Right.
10 blonde toupees complete with sideburns.
Right.
8 brunette toupees with spit curls.
Right.
1 pompadour toupee.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. That pompadour toupee is missing.
The pompadour... Why, that heel, I'll bet he took it.
Who?
There was a man in here this afternoon trying on a pompadour toupee.
Yeah. What did he look like?
He had a flabby front, veal cutlet teeth, no hair, and his face was sort of fish belly white.
Jack Benny.
Who's Jack Benny?
The most notorious toupee thief in California. Why, Mr. Benny's been toplifting for years.
Gee.
You'll have to recover that toupee.
But how, Mr. Morrow?
That is your problem, Miss Livingston. You're fired.
Fired?
Don't darken the May Company's doors until you get Benny to pay for that toupee.
And that is why Mary Livingston is with Jack Benny today. She's still trying to collect for that toupee Benny filched from the May Company 10 years ago. In 1935, an apple-cheeked lad applied for a singing job on the then-flourishing Jello program. We find him in the agent's office finishing his audition.
How I love to hear you say, I love you.
His song ended. The boy spoke.
Well, Mr. Lyons, did you like my voice?
That's okay, kid. What's your name?
Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker.
Do I get the job with Mr. Benny?
First, let me ask you a couple questions. Can you shine shoes?
Sure. Why?
Can you do laundry?
Yes, but...
How are you on mowing lawns?
What am I auditioning for, Mr. Lyons? A singer's job or a handyman?
Both, son. Mr. Benny figures you'll only be singing one day. The rest of the week you'll be doing odd jobs around for Mr. Benny.
Well, that's all right, I guess.
Fine. Oh, and by the way, when you bait Mr. Benny's mousetraps at night, be sure and leave a big hunk of cheese in the bedroom trap. Sometimes Mr. Benny wakes up in the night and likes a little snack.
Yes, sir. When do I start to work, Mr. Lyons?
Just a minute, Keith. There's one more thing.
I can cook, sir.
No, it ain't that. We ain't discussed your salary.
What salary?
Your money.
What's money?
You're just the boy for Mr. Benny, son. You're hired.
And so this innocent lad who didn't know what money was joined the Benny menage. On Sunday nights he sang, but during the other 6 days he toiled about the Benny household. 2 years later, Kenny Baker won a screeno game at a little theater in Glendale, California. They gave him a handful of green stuff, which later he learned was money. The following day, Kenny said to Mr. Benny's agent,
I know what it is, Mr. Lyons.
You know what is, Kenny?
I know what money is.
I knew this day would come, Baker. You're fired.
Kenny Baker, freed from bondage, rose to fame and fortune. Mr. Benny replaced him with another bumpkin named Dennis Day, who still works for Mr. Benny and who to this day is being paid off in Wilkie buttons. These talented folks whose stories you have just heard are responsible for Jack Benny's success in radio today. But what about Mr. Benny's movie career? For you discriminating moviegoers, you entertainment lovers who never wait for the companion feature at the double feature theaters, we bring you a few histrionic highlights picked at random from Mr. Benny's epic productions. 6 years ago, Mr. Benny startled Hollywood when he starred in The Man Without. His big scene in The Man Without was...
Hey, there's somebody at the door, Butch.
Push, there's somebody at the door. Don't open it.
The man knocking at that door who never got into the picture was Jack Benny. In The Man Without, he was truly the man without. The following season, our favorite touched a new high in dramatic delineation when he starred in the Western feature Hop Along, Benny Hops Along. The scene that started the audience huzzahing was...
Sheriff, there's a runaway horse coming down the trail. Jeepers, Sheriff. The saddle was empty.
I wonder who was formerly a settin' in that saddle.
The man who was formerly a settin' in that saddle was Jack Benny. And finally, Mr. Benny's most brilliant characterization in the celluloid epic, that Muck and Fuss woman. The scene that got an encore and had to be repeated 3 times in the picture was...
Basil, this thing we've done is murder.
No matter, Lady Muck and Fuss. We are alone. No one will ever know.
The telephone, Basil. The telephone is ringing, Basil.
Don't answer that phone.
The party whose call was never answered, whose voice was never heard in the picture That Muck and Fuss Woman, was Jack Benny. There were other cinema triumphs. You may recall The Petrified Forest, in which Mr. Benny appeared as the petrified sap. You may remember Mr. Benny's Technicolor appearance in Yellow Jack. You may...
Just a minute, Mr. Allen.
Quiet, please. Folks, I have to finish this sketch.
What sketch? You are giving Jack Benny the work. Mr. Goodman is right. I thought this hour was going to be a tribute.
Oh, hail to Jack
Portland, now,
Benny!
just a minute, all of you. You think I've been ignoring our idol on purpose. You don't understand. I've been saving Mr. Benny's mellow golden voice for the big climax.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the crescendo of this dragged-out tribute. You will hear the golden voice of our hero himself in his greatest comedy scene of all time. On the Jello program of March 3rd, 1939, Rochester said...
Mr. Benny, when are you trading in your Maxwell?
At this point, Mr. Benny convulsed the nation when he replied...
Attention! We interrupt the Fred Allen program to bring you a special news bulletin. Wangle from New Mexico. Tonight at 9 o'clock, 23 Colby's were seen giggling on the Middlesea near Fiddletown. Nobody was settled up, but 14 zippadoos are rumored to be lost off. For further Bible Jib, see your local doppelganger. We return you now to the Fred Allen program.
Yes, folks. That was positively Jack Benny's greatest comedy high spot of all time. And now, as we conclude our tribute to this grand old man of radio on this, his 10th anniversary, let us bow in reverence to...
Oh, hail to Jack
Again
Benny!
with the hail. All right, Portland, I give up. Go ahead.
Oh, hail to Jack Benny!
Music,
Lord, may he
maestro.
reign! King of the
Just a word from Larry Elliott.
The United States government is asking the people of America to buy defense savings bonds and stamps. This money will be used to finance the National Defense Program. Tonight, we are calling to your attention this message. Buy a share in America. Buy that share by purchasing defense stamps and bonds tomorrow at your post office or bank.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Thanks to Walt Keegan for lending us Spidey Talcott, and to the Campbell Soup Company for its kindness in letting Amos and Andy drop in tonight. Next week, we'll have Mr. Crosley, the man who originated the radio survey. Tune in and hear how the popularity of your favorite radio show is determined. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Every college president to be successful must have some talent for improvisation. And all good improvising being compounded of memory, inventiveness, and facility, the possession of these qualities makes Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, a gifted extemporizer. Just now, as his decorative wife, Victoria, enters the room, he's applying his knack for improvisation to the piano.
Vicky, I didn't see you come in. Possibly I had my eyes closed.
You wouldn't have seen me if you'd had them wide open, darling. I came in behind you and just sat down.
I would have known it. Because with your entrance, the room always lights up a little.
Oh. What were you playing?
Oh, I haven't the slightest idea, my sweet. My hands were on the keys, but my mind was not. I suppose I play for the same reason that some men whittle or tie trout flies or doodle on blotters. And you not being here to look at, I was just giving my eyes a rest.
From what, Toddy?
From this book. Here.
Studies in graphology. Oh, handwriting. Yeah, a new hobby?
No, I was checking various types of handwriting for a specific purpose. You note the bookmark?
Well, quite a bookmark. A check for $2,500. You must have joined the Bookie of the Month Club. What horse was it?
It is a dark horse, a horse of another color, or a horse on me, depending on the viewpoint. And you'll notice that the check is typed out to the Ivy Glee Club. The only handwriting is the signature.
Abraham Smith. Who's he?
That's what I'm trying to discover.
So why does the Glee Club want to know who Mr. Smith is? Why don't they just cash the check with a happy little cry, say, thank you, Mr. Smith, and go buy some mandolin picks?
Well, that's the problem. We want to thank the generous Mr. Smith, but we don't know who he is.
Well, ask the Ivy First National Bank. They have the account.
Well, the Ivy First National Bank states courteously but unequivocally that they cannot reveal such information. They intimated that Mr. Smith is a fictitious name used for charitable purposes. It was suggested, in bankerish terms, of course, that I let sleeping dogs lie, let well enough alone, do not stir up the mare's nest, refrain from looking gift horses in the mouth, and other assorted cliches to the effect that I should mind my own business.
But not to be rude, dear, why don't you?
Well, officially, I'm going to. But unofficially, my curiosity is so aroused.
Somebody at the door, Toddy, and I hope it's Ellery Queen or Charlie Chan or something.
Yes, I could use a little detective assistance with... Oh, well, Professor Warren, come in.
Hello, Doc. Victoria.
Hello.
I was just passing by, so I thought I wouldn't. Am I inopportune?
I should say not. In fact, you can have a key to the front door any time you want it.
Yes. Now, sit down, Professor, and let's settle a few world problems.
Thanks, I will. Sit down, that is. But I'm afraid world problems will have to wait until... Ouch!
What's the matter? Is there a spring loose in that chair?
Nope. Seem to have sat on a book. I tried to get all mine bound in limp leather. Say, studies in graphology.
Yes.
Who's going in for handwriting analysis?
William is doing some detective work. I just stand around smoking my pipe and being elementary like Dr. Watson.
I'm finding it quite fascinating, Joseph, when you consider that an individual's handwriting is actually a projection of his personality, the result of... I've just thought of something.
Well, why stare at me? It's perfectly permissible, even admirable, for a college president to think of something now and then. What's on your mind, son?
Are you Abraham Smith?
Who's Abraham Smith? The brother they didn't have room for on the cough drops?
No. No, and either you are an excellent actor or you're not the man I'm looking for. But it seems quite a reasonable idea. You're the only member of the faculty I know who's financially able and would be willing to donate $2,500 to a good cause under an assumed name.
Well, thanks. But on the rare occasions when I perform any good works, I sign them Joe Warren. My credit in heaven is so overextended, and I got such a late start mending memorial fences that I can't afford to be modest. What's this all about?
Well, somebody's using that name, made a check out to the Ivy Glee Club, and William wants to find out who it is so we can thank him.
Well, to give you a little background, the Glee Club was short of funds. They couldn't buy costumes or new musical arrangements for their annual tour. And then a mysterious Abraham Smith mounts his ballpoint pen and rides to the rescue with his check.
Let's see it.
You recognize the handwriting, Professor?
Nope. But as one detective to another, you can rule out anybody in either the engineering, accounting, or medical departments. Not precise enough for an engineer or an accountant. And the first thing a medical student learns is to write so only an experienced pharmacist can read it.
I know. But I think obscurity in writing is demanded by the medical profession. You see, medical men, quite properly for the safety of the public, are conservative. Which is probably why, with the foundations of medicine going back to the Phoenicians and the Egyptians, doctors have retained the use of hieroglyphics in writing prescriptions. It lends itself admirably to the abbreviation. An abbreviation which extends even to the gowns supplied to hospital patients.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
These dreadful garments, originally designed, I'm sure, for victims of the Spanish Inquisition on their way to the stake, they do have, I suppose, some utilitarian value to the practitioners of surgery. However, when you consider that the fabric of which a hospital gown is composed, a blend of cactus fibers and low-grade sandpaper, diabolically compounded for the abrasion of both soul and epidermis, how did I get here in the hospital? Did I have a conversational accident?
Yes, you did. You were struck by a runaway digression. You got any other guesses about Abraham Smith?
This officer is someone familiar with college affairs.
And you, I thought, as a wealthy novelist.
Oh, please, please. Just because I sold myself down the literary river and typed out 450 pages of fraudulent history and busty intrigue, don't go throwing my ill-gotten gains at me. Here, wait a minute. Let me see that check again.
Do you have a hunch, Professor?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I've seen that typewriting somewhere. See that crooked W and that lopsided O?
Well, yes.
Yes.
Where did you see it? Whose is it?
I haven't the slightest idea.
No.
But it was quite recently. Look, can you spare this check for a few hours?
Until tomorrow morning. I have to return it to the manager of the Glee Club, Tommy Thornhill. He seemed to think I might abscond to Guatemala with it.
Well, I'll give it to Tommy if you like. He has an early morning class with me. But I'll check this, and if I hit anything, I'll telephone.
You know, I'm finding graphology very interesting, Vicky. You see this example. You see the high stem and the slim loop. Indicates a high regard for personal dignity. Of course, if I were to comb the student body on the faculty for someone with a high sense of dignity, the search would broaden out to some 300 people. Now, on the other hand, take this sample here.
Yes, yes. Now, where did I put this?
See the small B with the initial hook, indicating an animated conversationalist. Do we know any... Vicky?
Yes, yes. See, I was listening. A sense of dignity at 300 people. I heard.
Yes, darling. Combined with a strong Darvison and no small permalif on the Cranibers. Or am I being Mossifrite and Esterbrow?
That's right. Couldn't be anything else.
Victoria.
Yes, yes.
Come home, darling. All is forgiven.
I know. 300 small bees. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for something. Have you seen my hairpins?
Hairpins? Well, no, I don't think
When I came in here, I had a little white cardboard box full of hairpins. I don't remember where I put them.
Well, I think we can eliminate Professor Warren. His scalp is so bereft of foliage that hairpins would be tonsorially obtrusive.
Yes. It was exasperating. I had the box in my hand when you were playing the piano. And then when Professor Warren came in, I set the box down somewhere. Well, if that's Professor Warren, tell him if he returns my hairpins, we'll ask no embarrassing questions.
If he can tell me who Abraham Smith is, I'll buy him a permanent wage.
Yes.
Hall's residence? Oh, yes, Professor, yes. You did? Who? Good heavens, you're joking. Really? Well, thank you very much. Yes, yeah, I'll keep you out of it. But, Professor, I owe you a permanent wave. Which do you prefer, poodle or horsetail? Yes, I know. I'll explain it later. Goodbye. How obvious the answer was.
What?
And how readily I ignored the rules of graphology.
How?
Well, after all, the high sense of dignity, the rapid conversation, of course.
Toddy, please.
What, dear?
Don't do this to me.
Do what, darling? What?
Who was it?
Mr. Wellman. Mr. Clarence Wellman.
No.
Yes.
Quite hard to believe, isn't it? I take back a lot of things I've said about Mr. Wellman. Not all of them, just some.
I know. But as Coleridge said, think not of his errors now. Remember his greatness, his munificence. Think on all the lovely features of his character.
Let's not go mad, Anyway, Sherlock, the case is closed. The mystery is solved. And you can put on your smoking jacket and play your violin.
Well, I'm sorry, Watson, but cases have been few, and I gave my violin to the landlady in lieu of rent. However, we still have the piano. Oh, my goodness, what's happened?
My hairpins.
What?
I remember now. I put them on the edge of the piano. They must have fallen in.
Well, beauty's loss is music's gain. I rather like the honky-tonk effect.
Is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, we find Dr. and Mrs. Hall discussing Mr. Wellman, who turned out to be the mysterious Abraham Smith who sent a generous check to the Ivy Glee Club. Tommy Thornhill, the Glee Club's student manager, is also present. Dr. Hall is saying...
Well, Professor Warren has the check, Tommy. He'll give it to you tomorrow.
Yes, it was Professor Warren who discovered Mr. Smith's real name.
How did he do it, Mrs. Hall? And who was it?
Obviously someone who's closely connected with the college, but I'm afraid we can't divulge either the method or the individual, Tommy. He evidently desires anonymity, and we must respect it.
Okay. But we'd sure like to give him a few choruses of happy days. He got the Glee Club off a bad spot. Can't you even give me a hint, Dr. Hall? If I had just his last name and his phone number, I could figure the rest of it out myself.
I'm sorry. For one thing, a person who goes to such lengths to conceal his generous instincts would quite properly resent our prying into his identity, however much we would like to thank him.
You see, Tommy, Dr. Hall places great emphasis on good manners. He says that our social machinery is oiled by courtesy, and that please and thank you are the three little squirts that keep it running.
I didn't say that at all. I merely said...
I know. I added the three little squirt bit myself, just punching up your script, Anyway, Tommy, when he can't thank someone for something they've done, it hurts him.
It hurts me too, Mrs. Hall. And if Dr. Hall can think up some way we can show our appreciation without spilling any beans, we certainly...
Thank you. I will.
Well, sounds like you've got visitors, sir. I'd better run along.
Oh, it won't be necessary, Tommy. I think...
Good evening, Dr. Hall, Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, Mr. Wellman.
My phone is... Oh, I didn't know you had...
Mr. Wellman, this is Tommy Thornhill, student manager of the Glee Club. Mr. Wellman, Tommy.
Evening, sir. Evening, Thornhill. Is this a business meeting? I mean, am I interrupting? That is, I was merely...
Not at all, Mr. Wellman. Tommy was here to see if he could find some way of thanking a mysterious benefactor of the Glee Club.
Mr. Wellman, some shy angel yanked us out of the red with $2,500, and we can't find out who he is to pin a gardenia on him.
I told Thornhill that the donor's privacy must be respected, Mr. Wellman.
Of course. Can't go snooping into affairs like that. Man wants to help somebody without any brass flags. Bands waving. What I mean is you say you manage the Glee Club at Thorndike?
Yes, I'm the student manager, Mr. Wellman, and my name is Thornhill, not Thorndike.
Oh.
Though it was spelled M-U-D until this check came along. Now I can get the show on the road, thanks to Mr. Smith.
Who?
Smith, Mr. Wellman, the mysterious friend who sent the check. If I knew who it was, I'd give him a kiss.
Please, Mr. Hall, I don't think it calls for any such emotional display. This Smith fellow, whoever he is, must be very bad. By the way, I'm an old Glee Club man myself. Thorndale.
Yeah, I know that, Mr. Wellman. I've seen your picture. You were a tenor, straw hat and a cane. Class of, was it 1913?
1940. Matter of fact, I was student manager myself. Had a rough time, too. No money, empty treasury. People seemed to think we traveled on freight cars and ate grass. Promises. Wrote a song about it, in fact.
Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Wellman. Then you probably know how much the club appreciates the generous Mr. Smith.
Well, I'm glad to have had the experience myself managing the club with no money, so, yes, I suppose they might think well of this Smith. Don't know who he is, huh?
I don't, but Dr. Hall says that
Dr. Hall says it must be someone who was close to the college, or he wouldn't have known about the Glee Club's difficulties.
Very logical, good thinking, but I wouldn't be nosy about it. Probably some sentimental old grad, more money than sense.
By the way, Mr. Wellman, what was the song you wrote about getting all promises and no money?
That. Well, not a very good song, really. Corny, I believe is the word. Mrs. Hall would know, I called it Fair Weather Friends, with a full chorus and a good accompaniment. It didn't sound too bad, but as a solo, well. With some good music available, it was like
carrying coals to Porter.
Well put, Mrs. Hall. Well put.
Say, wait a minute. Fair Weather Friends. The one that goes like this? Fair weather, friends. Fair weather, friends.
Imagine anyone remembering it.
It's a lonesome old town. Where have you gone?
Yeah, well, it's obvious, Tommy, why you're the manager of the Glee Club instead of a singing man.
Now it takes a crow to find the corn for the rest of the birds, doesn't it, Tommy? How did you know about this song?
Well, when it looked like we were short of money for new arrangements, Mrs. Hall, we started going through the trunks for some oldies. Somebody came up with this Fair Weather Friends, and it was great. Real barbershop stuff.
Really? Oh, you liked it, Thorndike?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, I never would have imagined my song. Well, I'd like to hear the club sing it again sometime. Yeah.
Sure, they'll be happy to do it for you, Mr. Wellman, if only by way of thanks.
Maybe I'm a little... Thanks for what, Dr. Hall?
For writing in 1914 what looks like a nice hot revival in 1952, Mr. Wellman.
Yes. It's as good as a donation.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That. Well, we're glad you could use it, son.
Oh, we'll use it all right, sir. Well, thanks, Dr. Hall, Mrs. Hall. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wellman. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Tommy.
Fine boy, that Flambeau. Think of them digging up my song after all these... Fair weather friends, fair weather... Well, if I could remember the whole thing. May I use your piano?
Certainly, Mr. Wellman, but you won't like it. It's in a lot of tune.
Well, so am I. No, let me see. Is that me, or is it the piano?
It's full of hairpins, Mr. Wellman.
Hairpins? Well, of all us, I knew you had your little eccentricities, Dr. Hall, but filling your piano with hairpins is hardly a very... Well, I didn't come here to discuss music. It's about the First National Bank of Ivy. I'm a VP, as you know. It seems that you called them trying to find out who sent that check to the Glee Club.
Well, it seemed too bad that such a generous gesture should go unthanked, Mr. Wellman. So
you took it upon yourself to snoop and pry. If this mysterious contributor, who, whatever his name is...
Ezekiel Smith.
Abraham Smith. If this Mr...
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
You know. All the time?
No. Not all the time, no. And then don't blame your bank, Mr. Wellman. They gave no information.
Someone who will be very discreet recognized your typewriting, Mr. Wellman.
But who? I mean, how? I thought I'd taken every precaution. I mean, well, even so, who had the effrontery to... Look, when a man tries to remain anonymous in a thing like this, why does... Well, if his privacy isn't... can't be respected...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it, Dr. Hall?
Any prying or snooping which was done was my fault and mine alone. I simply couldn't bear the thought of such a helpful act not being acknowledged. Rest assured that your identity is known to only 3 people, Mrs. Hall, myself, and one other. None of us will divulge it without your permission. Now, with this assurance, permit me, on behalf of the college and the Glee Club, to express our very great thanks.
Well, sure nobody will Oh, I mean, if this doesn't get all over the campus, then we'll... you're welcome.
Now, how about tomorrow, Toddy?
Tomorrow? Oh, yes. Mr. Wellman.
Now what?
By way of a small celebration over having been financially rescued, the Glee Club is having a small luncheon tomorrow.
At whose expense?
It's a Dutch treat, Mr. Wellman, and you are the little Dutch boy who stuck his checkbook into the dike.
Gentlemen, if I may have a minute's quiet, please. Hey, fellas, if you don't mind, I'd like to say a few... Quiet, you lemonheads!
That's a technique we haven't used at the Board of Governors, Mr. Wellman.
Well, as chairman, I've made a note of it.
Gentlemen, the Ivy Glee Club has with it this noon two very good friends. President Hall, a baritone with a steady job, who is always welcome at any fish fry of ours. And Mr. Clarence Wellman, chairman of the Board of Governors, to whom we owe a special debt of gratitude.
Dr. Hall, you said you wouldn't tell.
I didn't.
When it looked like we'd never get our pitch pipes off the campus, we went through the files looking for old numbers that didn't need new arrangements. And it was a song written years ago by Mr. Wellman that snapped up the repertoire. On your feet, gentlemen, and show him our top number for this year, as it was the top number, I'm sure, in 1914. Fair Weather Friends.
My song.
Take it, boys.
Fair weather friends, this is the lonesome old town. Where have you gone, fair weather friends, now that the ships are gone? I love a beautiful lady, but destiny rolled the dice. The news that my fortune had dwindled soon turned her warm kisses to ice. I don't regret that I lost her. I'm happy to know her through birth. A man with a mountain of money can still be the poorest on earth. With fair weather friends, this is the lonesome old town. Where have you gone, fair weather friends? Now that the ships are gone. Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away, to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell and shimmer off in twilight like the old vesper bird.
gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Wells in your eyes, and the smell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Feudin' and a Fightin'.
Feudin' and fussin' and a fightin'. Sometimes it gets to be exciting. Don't like them ornery neighbors down by the creek. We'll be plumb out of neighbors next week. Grandma, poor old Grandma, why they have to shoot poor Grandma? She lies neath the clover. Someone caught her bending over, picking up a daisy, feudin' and fussin' and a fightin'.
Pick up my heart, I love you.
This is the wrong that needs a rightin'. Let's get that funeral service over, so then we can start in a feudin' again. You must remember this, a kiss is just a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh as time goes by. Daughter, baby daughter, she poisoned all the neighbors' chickens. Now daughter had an order, least till she could run like the dickens. They hit her with a shovel, feudin' and fightin' and a fussin'. No use of standing here a cussin'. Let's give our daughter a pistol now that she's 4 and go feudin' and fightin' some more.
Well, what do you know?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, they say truth is stranger than fiction. But maybe you better hold on to your hats for this one. Our own Dennis Day has been offered a job on the staff of the Weaverville Daily Bugle and to write, of all things, the society column. Well, the news has spread like wildfire. Even now, the Bugle switchboard is swamped with calls from people wishing to verify the rumor and cancel their subscriptions. And how did it all happen? Well, that's what our young hero's girlfriend Mildred would like to know, too.
Oh, golly, Dennis, it's just marvelous. But why should these people give an important job like that to you?
Why?
Well, sure, they don't know anything about you.
I know, but for once, that isn't the correct explanation.
Well, what is then?
Well, for weeks now, I've been sending in little squibs for their gossip columns, hoping someday to land a job.
Squibs? What kind of squibs?
Oh, little items that would shock and fascinate people, like who saw which film starlet at what nightclub recently with which other film stars what.
And they printed that?
Sure, names make news, you know.
Yes, I can see that.
And then, of course, there's my smear campaign. Every columnist has to have one of those.
Smear campaign?
Sure. I say, watch this column for the name of a movie actress who's had only one husband.
And then you print her name?
Well, we will. We're waiting for one to turn up.
And it's items like that got you the society editor's job?
Yep. The man who has the job is quitting, and they're going to let me try it for a while. And I know I can make good.
Oh, I do too, Dennis. Golly, you'll be mingling in high society. And just think what this job can mean for the two of us.
Well, Mildred, it's true that the society is high, but the salary is kind of slummy.
But surely they'll pay you more than Mr. Willoughby does.
Oh, sure. Nothing is that slummy.
Well, that's wonderful, then. And the prestige of it. You're going to be an important personage in this town.
Yeah.
People are going to recognize you at last.
Yeah.
And respect you.
Yeah?
Oh, certainly. Even my mother will respect you.
Oh, girl, come now. Let's not be flighty.
Dennis, think of the power you'll have over her. Mother'd do anything to get into a society column.
Gee, I never thought of that.
Of course. This is your chance to assert yourself, to stand up to her, to tell her off good.
Yeah, and if I got a few things to say to her, boy, how I wish I could see her face when I do.
Well, why can't you?
I'm not that crazy. I'm going to write her a note.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to do this in person.
In person? Mildred.
Dennis, I tell you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mother must have heard about your new job by now, and I'll bet her attitude toward you has changed completely.
Well, are you sure? Gee, if you...
Dennis, you darling boy. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, looks like.
Good morning, Mother. Daddy.
Good morning, children. Dennis, is it true about you that you're to become society editor of the Bugle?
Yep, I start Monday morning.
Oh, how wonderful. You'll be one of the most important men in Weaverville, Dennis.
You ain't just wiggling your plates, kiddo. There's going to be a few changes around here.
Changes, dear boy?
You heard me. You've been yelling and screaming at me and kicking me around long enough. I'm sick and tired of being treated like one of the family.
Why, Dennis.
From now on, I want heat in my room, see? And I want the sheets of my bed changed regularly.
I change them every week, Dennis.
I know you do, but from now on, put on clean ones.
Of course, son.
Just remember, I'm a society editor. I write what I like about anybody I please.
Yes, I know.
That reminds me, I think my shoes are a little muddy.
Oh, could I shine them for you, Dennis? Could I, please?
You catch on quick. Hop to it, Puppy.
Oh, this very moment. Come along, Herbert.
Take it easy. I'll go when I feel like it.
Herbert, may I remind you that while Dennis's status has changed, yours is still the same.
Coming, lover girl.
Oh, Dennis, you were wonderful. Didn't I tell you could stand up to her and assert yourself?
Yeah, and she took it without a quiver. I think I broke her spirit.
I know. And some of the things you said.
Oh, that was nothing, my girl. Just wait till I start operating on Mr. Willoughby.
Your boss, too?
He's practically my ex-boss right now. This little ex-worm is going to turn all over him.
Well, it's about time, Dennis. Do you realize you're 10 minutes late?
Shut up.
What did you say?
You heard me, egghead.
Egghead?
That's right. For almost 2 years now, it's been Dennis, watch the soda fountain. Dennis, mop the floor. Dennis, do this. Dennis, do that. Work, work, work. 16 hours a day.
Now, look here.
The only difference between me and Uncle Tom was that he had a cabin.
Dennis, you listen to me.
Save it, Wendy. I just dropped in here to tell you that I'm through with this sweatshop. Mildred's outside waiting for me right now.
Well, that's fine with me. Now get out and take your silly telegram with you.
Telegram? What telegram?
Here, they phoned it in and I wrote it down.
Let's see. Please disregard our appointment. Present society editor not leaving at all. Have nothing else for you at the moment. hurt. Are you sure you got this right, sir?
Yes. I don't know what it means, but it was addressed to you.
It means I love you, Mr. Willoughby.
Huh?
Adore you, worship you. Can't live without you, not at the moment.
Oh. So now you want your job back, huh?
Oh, I've always spoken of this store as my second home, Mr. Willoughby.
You just call it a sweatshop.
My home gets overheated now and then, too.
You also said a few things about me personally. Some very nasty things, Dennis.
Why, Mr. Willoughby, precious. I always speak of you in the most complimentary terms.
You compared my head to an egg. You call that a compliment?
Oh, yes, sir. Have you priced eggs recently?
I don't care to discuss it any further, Dennis.
But think of the way I've done my job here, Mr. Willoughby. You'll never get another boy like me.
That's true. I'd have to be awfully careless. I'll do what I can to help you find another job, but you're through here. Now go.
Yes, sir.
Well, Dennis, did you tell him where to get off?
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter?
I couldn't persuade him to get back on again.
What are you talking about?
Well, I got a wire from the paper. The society editor isn't quitting after all, so there's no job for me.
Oh, my gosh.
You said it. And how about your mother? After the way I talked to her, I have a feeling she isn't going to leave me with any...
Any what?
Feeling.
Dear, if that darn society editor hadn't changed his mind about leaving, everything would have... Wait a minute.
Something?
Yes. Suppose he did quit. Suppose some big owner of a newspaper chain offered him a better job. He'd pack up and leave, wouldn't he?
Yeah. What's my name and how many papers do I publish?
Good boy. You're getting much quicker than you used to be.
Gee, look, he's got a private office. H. Austin Peterson, society editor. Do you really think he'll go for the story of me being a big publisher?
Well, he will if you're careful. Just keep your ears open, and if I think you might be making a mistake of some kind, I'll sort of clear my throat, okay?
Yeah, that's a swell idea.
Good. Now, remember, I'm your secretary. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Yes?
Mr. Peterson, I'm a man of few words. How would you like to work for me? Twice the salary you get here.
Why, who are you?
I'm a very wealthy newspaper publisher from Kansas City,
Kansas City? Well, imagine that. That's my hometown.
You're telling me, and I had the whole country to pick from, too.
Well, what do you know? So you're from Kansas City?
Yes. Kansas City, New Jersey, of course.
Oh, New Jersey. I don't believe I ever heard of that one.
Good. Well, as I say, Mr. I want you. You're a fine newspaper man, every inch of you.
Well, thank you, sir. I've tried to give my best for the Fourth Estate.
Good boy. Of course, I'm working on my fifth already. Oh, really? I thought I was going pretty good there. Well, anyway, there's my proposition, Mr. Peterson. You see, I know newspaper men. Started at the bottom myself in a newspaper office with $20 a week.
City desk?
No, as I recall, the newspaper owned it.
Is there something the matter with the young lady's throat?
My secretary? Oh, she just has a little cold.
Now, you'd better stop talking before she gets pneumonia.
Oh, Mr. Day's a little eccentric, like all geniuses, Mr. Peterson, but I assure you he's a splendid newspaper publisher.
You bet. Take an editorial, Miss Anderson.
You mean now?
Sure. I got a great idea to build up circulation. We're going to lampoon some big public figure. Call up Winchell and the other boys and see who isn't taken.
I think this has gone far enough. All right, friends, what's the game?
Game? Why, there's no game.
Oh, it's no use, Dennis. He's on to us.
Dennis, eh? Dennis Day. I thought that name was familiar. You're the little man who was after my job.
Oh, no, sir. I just thought as long as you were quitting...
I didn't quit. They fired me. Only I don't stay fired very long. I know where too many bodies are buried in this town. That's how I make my living, friend, from people who don't want certain stories in the paper.
Gee, you mean you aren't wholesome?
So what? Now beat it, both of you.
But isn't there any way for Dennis to get some kind of a job on that paper? Maybe a reporter's job.
Let him do what I did. Come up with a scoop, an exclusive. They hired me to get the story I had.
Gee, there's only one way I could do that, Mildred. Go home and tell your mother I'm not going to be a society columnist. I can see the headline now.
What?
Day draws to a close.
continue this rather harrowing day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Don't You Love Me Anymore.
Lately, whenever you hold me, you don't hold me tight. Don't you love me anymore? Lately, I have to remind you to kiss me goodnight. Don't you love me anymore? I remember when I used to thrill you to the sky. Now I notice when we kiss, you don't even close your eyes. Maybe I'm just being silly to feel like I do. Am I the one that you adore? Or don't you love me anymore?
Well, it looks like our hero's newspaper job has gone a-glimmering, and so beaten, he's made his sad way back to Willoughby's store to get his things, knowing full well as he steps through the back door that nothing newsworthy ever happens in Weaverville. Say, wait a minute. Who are these two suspicious-looking characters hanging around the front of the store?
Okay, Sam, I got the door right where I want it. You sure you seen this Willoughby go out now? These daylight hoists make me nervous.
Ah, there ain't a soul here, I tell you. You stay here and watch the door. I'll take care of the cash register.
Make it fast, Monk.
Take it easy. I'll have everything.
Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you?
Stand where you are, cousin.
Oh, are we related?
No, cousin, but you're about to treat me like one of the family anyway. Do you know what I got in my hand?
How could I? It's in your pocket. Hey, wait a minute. You just gave me a great idea. Just suppose you had a gun in that pocket. Suppose you had come in here to rob this store. Of course, it's ridiculous.
Huh?
Oh, please don't be insulted.
Au contraire. I'm fascinated.
Look, would you do me a favor? A favor that means everything to me? I need a news story badly. Would you pretend to hold up this store?
Pretend to hold up the store?
Sure. Walk out with the safe and the cash register. Oh, I know what you're thinking, that my mind is beginning to wander.
Oh, who cares? It's fun following it.
Well, would you do it for me? Take the stuff up to your house or someplace for a day or two. My boss won't mind. He's promised to help me. And it'll make a marvelous story, don't you think so?
Oh, I just know I'm going to tell it to my kids. Okay, pal, you got a deal.
Oh, bless you.
Sam, forget the door and come here. This kid wants we should take all the stuff out of this store and hide it in our house for him.
Monk, you promised me you wasn't going to touch the stuff while you was working.
Ah, this is on the level, Sam. That's what the kid wants us to do. It's a sort of a game.
That's right, sir.
Say, might be jolly good sport at that, huh? Let's play.
Well, you two grab the safe and carry it out to your car, and I'll take the cash register.
Right. Let's go with the safe, Monk.
Okay.
Follow me, boys.
Steady now.
Yeah, there we go. Say, pal, you don't know any other places where we could play this game, huh?
No, I'm afraid not.
Ah, too bad. I was kind of hoping it was a trend.
Hey, wait a minute. A series of robberies. That would be even a bigger story. Oh, but you've sacrificed enough of your time already. I wouldn't dare ask any more.
Ah, go on, dare.
Well, if you'll be over at the Anderson House, 312 Elm Street, about 8, we'll clean that out, too.
Keep the silverware polished, pal. We'll be there. Come on, Monk.
Thanks a million, fellas. So long. Gee, what a story this'll make. You see, Dennis, when you need a great idea, it comes right out of your own little head. You don't have to go...
What are you doing here?
Oh, I just came back to get my things, Mr. Willoughby.
Do you know those two men who just drove off?
Oh, sure. They're very good friends of mine.
Oh, good. Shows you what imagination can do. They look to me just like the two crooks in the circular we got.
In a circular?
Yeah, you know, from the police. They're supposed to be in the town, so... Dennis, what's the matter with you? Your face is turning blue.
Yes, sir. It may never be any other shade from now on. Yeah.
Oh, my soul and body. What did Mr. Willoughby say when he found out?
Nothing. He just stood there cracking his knuckles.
Is that all?
It was enough. He was cracking them against my skull.
Oh, golly.
All the same, his indifference to me has ripened into hatred.
Darn it all. Why couldn't something like that happen to that blackmailing Austin Peterson instead of you? If he made a blunder like that, they'd fire him and Say.
Wow, what an idea.
Huh? What is it?
How do I know? I don't explain him. I just see him coming.
It's this, Dan. If he turned in a fake story and got shown up, he'd be through.
Yes, I guess he would.
Right. Now, let's see. What kind of a story would a man like that be interested in? I've got it. Ever hear of a love nest?
You bet. It's a candy bar.
I'm talking about a secret rendezvous, a lover's hideaway.
Oh, that stuff.
Yes. Now, listen. You get Mr. Peterson on the phone and tell him you're sorry for what you did to him this afternoon. And you want to make amends by tipping him off to a great story. When he hears it's a love nest, he'll come hot putting it over here and we'll have
Hey, if you're not on the level this time.
Of course I am. Here, you can see them through the window. See, she's holding hands with her Cuban boyfriend. Didn't I tell you?
Wait a minute. That's the dame who was with you this morning, your secretary.
I know, but in private life, she's my wife. Come on, I've been after that Latin gigolo of hers for a long time.
Hey, wait. Put away that gun.
Don't be silly. Let's go.
Aha! So, I've caught you two at last.
Oh, Dennis.
Caramba, it is your husband, Chiquita Cortez.
Time for this, Gonzales. Now you must die.
Oh, no, Dennis.
Spare me, senor. Do not shoot me down like some low hot.
This is it, Gonzales. Die. This is it, Gonzales. Die. This is it, Gonzales. Die. Gonzales, you shall die as you've lived, by the knife.
Whoever said vaudeville was dead.
Take that, Gonzales.
Oh.
Dennis, he's dying. What have you done?
Killed him, wouldn't you say?
You would, huh?
See, do you not see the blood on the shirt front?
Yes. I can even see the chopped olives and onions in it. Heinz's, isn't it?
No, it's his. That's what makes Spanish blood so hot.
What kind of a chump you take me for, Day? This is... Hiya, pal.
Here we are, friend, right on a dot of 8.
Oh, my gosh, the two crooks.
Sure, you invited us... Sam, he's got a gun.
Dennis, quick, point it at them.
Huh? Oh, yeah, all right, you two. Stick him out. Stick him down. Stick him where you're supposed to stick him.
How do you like that? A trap?
Hold them, Dennis. I'll call the police.
Keep him up, you.
Boy, you really pour it on, don't you, Day?
But this is no fake. These two are wanted by the police, and I've captured them single-handed.
Yeah, and when you get them downtown, I'll bet one of them turns out to be Judge Crater. Well, so long, kid.
Wait, Mr. Peterson. This is the biggest story you ever had. Gee whiz.
There'll be a prowl car here in 2 minutes. Well, where's Mr. Peterson?
He left without the story.
Wonderful. Now it's your story. I'll bet you can sell it for $100.
Yeah, and you'll be the biggest hero in town. Mr. Willoughby will give you your job back in a minute.
Gee, I lead an unpredictable life, huh?
Look, kid.
Now, don't you move either, you guys. I'll let you have it with this gun. Oh, that's right. I forgot it isn't... Oops, what I nearly said.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing How Soon. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new 3-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage, Be a dream girl, a lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, Dennis returns to our microphone to sing How Soon?
How soon will I be seeing you? How soon I wish I really knew. And when will you be saying words I want to hear? Tender little love words, story old, meaning clear. How soon will I be close to you and dance the way we used to do? I see your star eyes gleaming. Don't mind me if I'm dreaming. Tell me, darling, now how soon? How soon will I be close to you and dance the way we used to do? I see your star eyes gleaming. Don't mind me if I'm dreaming. Tell me, darling, how soon?
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now. This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Sandra Gould, Joe Kearns, Earl Ross, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, it's a week before Christmas, and all through Mel Blanc's little town, everyone is talking about Christmas presents. In the Williams house, we hear,
Sam Brown, I have a notion you're going to get that set of Shakespeare you've been thinking about.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
And in the Tucker showroom, we hear,
Henry Adams, something tells me you're going to get that automobile you want. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
And in Brillig's department store, we hear,
Mel Blanc, I think you're going to receive a tool chest for your fix-it shop.
Thank you, Santa Claus.
So now we know Mel Blanc is in the department store. Let's follow him as he presses forward along the crowded aisles with his girlfriend, Betty.
Quit your shoving, mister. Watch where you're going, bud. Hey, cut out the pushing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right, miss.
Oh, Mel, isn't it awful, this pushing and squeezing?
Yeah, terrible, ain't it? Gosh, Betty, we've been through half this department store, and I still don't know what you want. Can't you give me one little hint?
Well, there's a jewelry counter.
One little suggestion?
There's a fur department.
Still can't make up your mind, huh?
They have some gorgeous wristwatches here.
Give me a clue. Anything.
Gee, this store's as crowded as the 5 and 10.
The 5 and 10. Thanks for the idea, Betty.
Well, if a certain someone wanted to give his certain someone something, that certain someone should give her a bottle of French perfume. Does that certain someone get the idea? Mel? Mel, where are you going? He got it.
You bet he got it. He doesn't realize it yet, but he's trapped. And like every foolish lover, he runs to get his girl what she wants.
Well, I think I have enough money to get Betty some perfume. Ah, here's a perfume counter now. Ooh, look at this bottle. Sinful Hour. A snare that lures unwary men to dizzy heights of ecstasy. Breathless moments of romantic passion. Unquenchable abandon in soft arms.
Can I do something for you?
Yes, kiss me. I'm looking for perfume for my girl.
Well, how much would you like to spend? We have perfume as high as $100.
What have you got as low as?
How about a bottle of this shocking?
Is it really shocking?
I'll say it is. It was banned in Boston.
That's not bad. What else do you have?
So he bought the perfume, and with a happy, unsuspecting smile on his innocent face, came back to his girl and...
Betty, guess what a certain someone got for a certain someone?
Well, I hope he got that certain someone one of those new calfskin bags.
Oh, but that certain someone mentioned perfume.
Oh, Mel, every Christmas I've gotten perfume. Can't that certain someone think of something else?
Oh, so long, Betty. Oh, did you say a calfskin bag?
Yes. Where are you going?
To see a man about a cow.
Well, here we go, folks. So now he's got to exchange the perfume for a bag. But meanwhile, at the exchange counter...
Miss Gibbs, I hope you don't mind our transferring you from the perfume counter to the exchange desk. But Miss Willoughby didn't... Just remember one thing.
Well...
Just remember one thing. The customer is always right. Just say no to everything. Goodbye.
Uh-oh, the same girl that sold me the perfume. Oh, she'll never want to make the exchange after all the trouble I gave her. I know what I'll do. I'll pull my hat over my eyes and pretend I'm a Frenchman. It's a good thing I'm such a good actor.
What can I do for you?
Ah, Hetty, mon petit.
The calf bar is 2 miles over.
Ah, mon chéri, I came to exchange something. My girl does not like this perfume.
Wait a minute. Ain't you the same jerk that was around a little while ago?
Jerk? Oh, jerk. That is American for jerk.
sure that you're French?
But certainement. I came from a famous French family of grape crushers.
Grape crushers?
Oui. My grandfather was the most famous grape crusher in France. He could crush more grapes than anyone.
Really?
Yes. Of course, Grandpapa wore shoes. But he had to stop.
Stop?
Oui. The King of France opened a bottle and choked on a pair of shoelaces.
All right, I'll go along with it once more. What was the name of the wine?
You've heard of Chateau Martin Vintage 29?
Yeah?
This was Jim Sneaker's $3.98. Well, now that I have made the joke, perhaps you make with the exchange?
I'll do anything as long as you make with the scram. Now, you want one slip for a pocketbook, so I better...
Well, he got the pocketbook all right, but you've all heard the expression, into each life some rain must fall. Well, here comes the rain.
Willie, it looks like you were right. First perfume and then a pocketbook.
Mel doesn't have the money to buy all that, Mr. Colby. I told you not to let him run around with your daughter, Betty.
I just can't believe he's a shoplifter.
I know just what you mean, Mr. Colby. He's got shifty eyes. He's been running around the department store. He has no money, but we've seen him with perfume, then a pocketbook. Yeah, it's hard to believe. He's a crook.
But we know different, don't we? Anyway, here's one happy little chappie going back to his girlfriend again, and guess what?
A calfskin pocketbook. But a certain someone wanted lingerie.
We guessed it, didn't we? Well, da-dum, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Back he goes to the exchange counter. A pocketbook for lingerie? Can he do it?
How can I fool this girl again? I'll have to try another disguise. Well, I'll put the scarf here and change this. Yeah, that'll do it.
Get in line, folks, and one at a time. Oh, gee, what a mob. Well, what can I do for you, mister?
Pardon me, Hoot Mom.
Yes?
I'm returning my wife's pocketbook. It has a mechanical defect.
A mechanical defect? Oh, let's see. Why, the pocketbook opens easily.
Aye, that's the mechanical defect.
Well, if you're so thrifty, why don't you just send your wife a Christmas card?
Oh, I've got a card now, a bonnet card that does for all the holidays.
One card for all the holidays? What's it like?
Well, it's a picture of St. Valentine in a Halloween costume with an Easter rabbit under his arm, hitting Santa Claus over the head with a firecracker and wishing him a happy Mother's Day.
You win. What do you want to exchange the pocketbook for?
Well, I'd like to get my wife some lingerie.
Why lingerie?
No pockets. She'll look fine in that long red flannel lingerie.
Well, he got away with it again. And now back to you-know-who. Say, I wonder if this is having any effect on him.
Oh, that Betty. If she tells me she doesn't want lingerie, I'll scream.
Oh, Mel, there you are. Say, while you were gone, I thought of a wonderful thing a certain someone could get me.
Lingerie?
No, a compact.
Well, so long, Betty. Oh, this is the third time now. Just like a woman, can't make up her mind about what she wants.
Gosh, that's the third time Mel has wandered off and returned with a different package. Well, just like a man, can't make up his mind about what he wants.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl who has a breath of trouble is seldom asked to date up double. Yes, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. Don't let it happen to you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate Tooth Powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Managua, Nicaragua.
Down that South America way. 'Cause Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you were trying to win. But her papa doesn't let you come in.
Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place.
Yeah.
You ask a senorita for a little embrace. Yeah. She answers you, caramba, scramba, barbarito.
In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua, oh, it's really the top.
You buy a big sombrero in a neighborhood shop.
And then the girls will follow you like in a parade. That's because they want to walk in the shade. Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot.
So take a trip and on a ship go flying away
across the agua to Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua.
Folks, you may look any place in the country, and wherever you go, you'll find that any Jane Doe knows what she wants for Christmas, and any Mary Brown knows what she wants. But Mel Blanc's girlfriend, Betty, says,
I want perfume. No, I want a pocketbook. No, I want lingerie. Oh, no, I want a compact. No, I want earrings.
But if Betty doesn't know what she wants, Mel Blanc, who's been going crazy exchanging these gifts, knows what he wants, and he says,
I want to kill myself.
But, like I told you, it isn't that easy. Betty's father, Mr. Colby, and Willie Murdoch have spotted Mel, and after watching his strange behavior, they think he's shoplifting in the department store. Now let's pick up Mel, as for the fourth time he plods his weary way to the exchange counter to exchange the compact for earrings.
Gosh, how am I going to fool the exchange girl this time? I've disguised myself as a Frenchman and a Scotsman. Maybe I can be an Australian. No, I can't talk like a kangaroo. Besides, I haven't a pouch. Well, not much of one. I got it.
Well, what do you want to exchange?
Speaking to me, Governor. I came to exchange this here compact.
And what's wrong with it?
My lady friend doesn't like the lipstick. The case is right and she wants it grind.
What would you like to exchange it for?
Nylons. Earrings.
Haven't I seen you before?
Impossible, Governor.
Are you sure you're English?
Oh, my sure. Oh, my dear. Oh, my sure. I'm English through and through. Why, yesterday I cut myself and bled fog.
Well, give me the compact and I'll give you an exchange slip. Now you want earrings,
Why,
huh?
the guy's phenomenal. He did it again. Hold hands, folks. We're going back to... look out. The bad guys are here.
Hey, look, Mr. Colby. Look, there goes Mel with another package.
Oh, Willie, it looks like you're right. But who do you suppose he's giving all the other packages to?
Well, his assistant, Zuki, of course. He must be the accomplice.
Oh, that can't be. Why, there's Zuki right now walking over to Betty.
Oh, hello, Zuki. What are you doing here?
Hi, Betty. I came to buy a present. I came to get a gift. I'm just window shopping.
Oh, have you seen Mel?
Oh, he was over the... he's on his...
Oh, Mel.
He's here.
Now, where have you been?
Well, I'm not telling, but if a certain someone doesn't like earrings, which a certain someone exchanged for a compact, that certain someone is going to faint.
Well, frankly, that certain someone would rather have a bracelet than earrings.
Oh.
Hey, Betty, don't just stand there. Help me pick up that certain someone.
Now, any other man would be content to lie there, but this guy's a glutton for exchanges, so he picks himself up and back he goes.
Gosh, my 5th trip. Somewhere people are happy. People are smiling. I don't have to do this. I can go out on the street and take my chances with the rest of the pedestrians. There's Mr. Cushing, president of my lodge. Hello, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Well, have you decided on something you want to get for your wife?
Yes, Mel. But they won't sell it to me without a prescription. Well, what a Christmas this is going to be. Every woman in the world hangs up mistletoe. My wife hangs up poison ivy.
Well, what would you like to have hang in the house?
Ha! You know, Mel, last year was the best Christmas I ever had. I decorated the house, I lit up the Christmas tree, invited all my friends, and served a wonderful dinner. And my wife made the whole thing possible.
She did?
Yeah, she was out of town.
Mighty potentate, I have my troubles, too. This is the 5th time I'm exchanging a gift for my girlfriend, Betty.
Mel, no woman can make up her mind. But you know, sometimes that's a blessing. The only reason I'm still alive today is because my wife can't decide on a method.
Well, men are different. I never have any trouble making decisions.
Neither do I, Mel. But as I told you before, they just won't give it to me without a prescription. Well, so long, Mel.
Goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Uh-oh, there's that tough girl at the exchange counter. I'll never be able to fool her again. Besides, what reason can I get for my girl not wanting earrings? Well, I'll take the beard off this dummy Santa Claus and try.
What can I do for you, Santa Claus?
Stratavaya Slatuka price domai probably sneaks 2 sizes too small.
You've got to have a better reason than that to exchange earrings.
I have. Groinish Chanto Braya Mikvas, Toitslavish Prania, no ears.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. That's Russian for no.
Well, what would you like to exchange this for?
Prostizhnish, Grovny, Kamanich, Brokavanish, Mertovek.
Well?
You didn't give me a chance to finish. Charm bracelet.
All right. Wait a minute. I noticed in my record book these earrings were exchanged from a compact.
Oh.
And an exchange was made before that.
Oh.
In fact, 5 exchanges were made.
Oh.
I won't be able to make an exchange unless I get an okay from the 5 people who made the exchanges.
You mean if I get the 5 people to give their okay, you'll exchange the earrings?
Yeah, if you can find them. I'm busy now. Next.
Oh, what am I going to do now? I got to be 5 people. I got it. Mel Blanc, this is the greatest test of your acting ability. You're going to be a one-man UNO. Now, where's the phone booth? Oh, there it is. Hello? Is this Brillig's department store? Well, give me your exchange department, please.
Hello, this is the fellow you just talked to. You want to speak to the people who made the exchanges? Well, I got all 5 of them with me here in the phone booth. And we better talk fast because 3 of us are turning blue already.
Hello? I'm Mel Blanc, the fellow who bought the perfume. Sinful Hour? Yeah, remember the label? Come with me to dizzy heights of exquisite ecstasy where lovers in the moonlight What? No, I'm busy tonight. Say, here's another fella.
That's the mark for you. You better me come in this side of the phone and boot. That's the mark.
What? There was no Italian?
Good man, you're absolutely right. No Italian. I say that, Governor.
Ah, bonsoir, ma petite.
Come out of there, young man. I'm the manager of this store.
Hey, what's the matter?
There's that shoplifter. Where are all those packages?
Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone.
Hey, just a minute. I can explain everything, Mr. Colby. You see, I bought Betty a Christmas present. She wanted to exchange it, so in order to do that, I pretended that I...
Gosh, Mel, I'm awfully sorry about what happened.
Oh, I didn't mind it, as long as it was for you. Gee, you're pretty today, Betty. I wish we could get married right away.
So do I, Mel.
Do you really mean that? Do you really, Betty? Oh, gosh, this is the happiest moment of my life. I'll always remember that you said it standing right here by Household Pest Control's DDT $1.98. Well, anyway, Betty, if a certain someone looks in her Christmas stocking, that certain someone is going to find pajamas.
Oh, gosh, Mel, that certain someone's been thinking. And if a certain someone really wants to please a certain someone, he'll get her...
Betty, don't say it.
Perfume.
Oh.
I say, may I help you, sir?
Yes. I'll have a gallon of this DDT.
Shall I wrap it up?
Don't bother. I'll drink it right here. This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and...
That's all, folks.
Well, I'm back again. This time just to say this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Basil Rathbone, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Penley, the DeMarco sisters, and Hal Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. If you happen to get around among those who buy and operate trucks, you probably know that they're all talking about the new bonus-built Ford trucks, built extra strong to last longer. There are 139 new models, including the new extra heavy-duty jobs, the biggest Ford trucks ever built. For all the facts about the new 1948 Ford trucks, see your Ford dealer tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, in radio, such programs come to you as a public service. Other programs come to you transcribed. Here is a program that comes to you if you call it.
Who's the star, Lassie?
No, he's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Portland, look, after this, please, just say, here he is or something. Don't make a whole big production out of the opening, if you will.
I'll speak to my writer about it.
Do that, if you will. That's the whole trouble with this program, you know, the writers. One writer used to work in a butcher shop. He sells his jokes by the pound.
Has the scales with him whenever you deal with him. And the other writer comes to work with a hammer and a chisel. I think he used to write epitaphs, or he's a prehistoric old gentleman. I don't know which.
Some of the jokes sound like epitaphs.
Well, that's the other writer. He's an old Harvard man. He writes all of his jokes in dead languages. You can always tell one of his jokes. It just lays there. Well, enough with the grumbling, as that one did. That was one of his specials right there. Did you hear Jack Benny tonight?
Uh-huh.
His show was cut off again tonight. Cut off last week, too. There's a new saying in radio, you'll never hear the end of Benny. From now. Tell me, Portland, what's in the news?
An anthropologist says that...
Wait a minute. Wait, don't use words that we're not familiar with. Break them up. What is an anthropologist? What is it?
An anthropologist is a man who is versed in anthropology.
Oh, good. I didn't think you knew it. I thought I had you there. What about this anthropologist?
He says that brainy men are all bald-headed.
Brainy men are all bald? What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about?
You have plenty of hair.
Well, Einstein has plenty of hair, too.
There's some difference between your hair and Einstein's.
You bet there is. I comb mine. Tell me, what the... I'll get a nasty letter from Al and hieroglyphics tomorrow. Tell me, what else is new?
Gregory Peck broke his ankle.
Oh, poor Gregory. Will he have to stop work?
Well, until Gregory's ankle gets better, he's going to make hop-along pictures.
Hop-along pictures. That's one of the Harvard man's jokes, too. I'll point them out as I lay them out. I'm fine.
I'm going like a house on fire tonight.
You sure are. You sure are. And I wish I had a pail of dirty water to cope with the conflagration. Tell me, what is your last item?
New York City is planning an anti-rat drive.
Anti-rat?
Mama says there's only one way to get rid of rats.
And that one way is?
Keep your trap shut.
Let's go out on the street and do this, will you? I won't open my trap then until I get to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, during the past 6 months, the Better Business Bureau has received an increasing number of complaints about exaggeration and misrepresentation in advertising. And so our question is, have you been victimized by exaggeration or misrepresentation in advertising?
Shall we go?
As the two inventors said when they designed the first garter, let's make it snappy. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess Senator Claghorn's in all right. Look, his scooter is on the front veranda there. Well, let's make sure.
Somebody's banging my door, trying to bag it. Oh, it's you, droop face.
Yes, Senator.
Well, give it to me fast, son. I'm busier than the syrup jug in a waffle shop.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm investigating the coal strike.
Coal?
Coal strike's doing the country a lot of good.
Good?
Today, in Pittsburgh, if you meet a man on the street, you can see who he is. As John L. Lewis says, you can't fuel all of the people any of the time unless I say so.
Now, wait. Tell me, Senator, about this exaggeration and misrepresentation in advertising.
Advertising is the grease that lubricates the wheels of progress.
You think advertising?
Non-advertising gets results.
How?
Before advertising, a man didn't know where his T-zone was.
Well,
Men who knew tobacco best was chewing it. Other smokers knew as much as Philip Morris smokers knew.
But,
Dulles was just laying around doing nothing.
Senator, tell me, are the politicians keeping up with the businessmen? Are the politicians advertising?
They sure are. Them Republicans is advertising a slogan. It's just 5 letters.
5 letters?
LSMFT.
What does LSMFT stand for?
Let's swap MacArthur for Truman. So long, Tom. So long, Elliot.
I think the senator's been drinking too many malted milks. He's a little frap happy. Well, let's see if Mr. Moody's still up.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, how about this advertising business?
Oh, a farmer, he has to know about advertising.
Why?
It's the only way he can make his farm pay.
Oh, you have advertising around your farm, do you?
On all 4 sides of my barn, I got Peruna and liver pill ads.
Yeah?
My bull's all painted yellow. advertising Bull Durham.
Bull Durham.
And I got the longest Burma shave poem in the country.
Oh, really? How does your poem go?
John McGee had a long goatee. When he combed it out, it hung down to his knee.
Yeah.
Today, John's happy. He married a wave. His goatee's gone, thanks to Burma shave.
That is long.
The poem starts half a mile down the road.
I see.
It comes in my gate, goes once around the house.
Yeah.
And the last line is on my back door, on the inside.
Oh, you have to open the door to read the last line of the Burma shave poem?
That's the trick.
The trick?
As you open the back door, my wife's sitting there selling the stuff.
Well, doesn't all of this advertising keep you hopping?
Sunday is my busiest day.
Oh, what happens?
On the Sabbath, I stand out in the front yard all day.
Uh-huh.
I'm wearing a silk hat, a swallowtail coat, an ascot tie, white spats, and I'm leaning on a Russian wolfhound.
You're leaning on a Russian wolfhound?
In my hand, I'm holding a highball.
Well, what are you supposed to be?
A rube of distinction. So long, Bud.
I wonder if Titus will really switch from hard cider. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Jeffy.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you look excited.
Who's excited? I'm frantic.
What's wrong?
As I'm taking out of the oven an upside-down cake is ringing suddenly the telephone.
Uh-huh.
Hurriedly, I'm setting down the upside-down cake and answering naturally the telephone.
Well, so what is all the excitement about?
I'm forgetting how I'm setting down the upside-down cake.
Say, that is confusing.
Now I'm not knowing which side is upside and which side is downside.
What are you going to do?
I'm standing it on end and calling it a strudel.
That's good. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, have you been victimized by misrepresentation in advertising?
Mostly in the movies.
In the movies?
On the screen is showing a trailer.
Yes.
It is saying, coming next week, you shouldn't miss it. Chills will leaping up your spine.
I see.
Always this week the picture is bad.
Bad.
Next week is coming a humdinger.
I've noticed that.
Last night I'm going to the movies.
A double feature?
The zombie is getting up his dander in Technicolor.
Yes.
Also, the wolf man is having a litter.
I've seen that. Very good. How were the pictures?
So blinted.
Oh, bad.
Again it's flashing on the screen. Coming next week, you were blowing your top.
That's coming next week.
One thing is not coming next week.
What?
I am not coming, thank you.
That brings us to the pea-covered shanty of Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy surely must be waiting for us.
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, that's I'm the other fellow. Tell me, Mr. Cassidy, about this advertising discussion.
Me boy, advertising should be stopped by legislation.
Really?
Especially them preposterous contests they have on the radio.
Why do you say that?
Oh, thanks to them quiz programs, every moron in America today has a refrigerator. I heard a quiz program there. One of the contestants had amnesia. They asked him who he was. He couldn't remember his name.
Yes?
For making a grand try, they gave him $800. and then they gave him a brand new house in case he couldn't remember where he lived.
You say you're against these radio contests, H.A.?
Oh, no. Look what contest did for Genghis Brannigan.
What happened to Genghis?
Well, after winning 2 limericks and a jingle prize, Genghis won the biggest soap contest in the country.
What was the first prize?
Genghis gets $40 a week as long as he lives.
Yes.
And for 52 weeks after he dies.
Good.
His son is getting a college education with a career guaranteed.
Fine.
They're sending Genghis' daughter to a finishing school until she's finished. And Genghis and Mrs. Brannigan have to take a cruise to Bermuda every 2 weeks until they're 65. Whether they want to or not.
Say, that was some award.
Oh, it was the Pixie Soap Contest.
I use Pixie soap because.
Well, what was Genghis's winning answer?
I use Pixie soap because I'm dirty. Goodbye.
Sisters and Maestro Al Goodman. Combining their unusual talents, the DeMarcos and Maestro Goodman come up with When the Red, Red Robin Comes Bob, Bob, Bobbing Along. Girls?
When the red, red robin comes bob, bob, bobbing along, along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts robbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyheads, get up, get out of bed, cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I was blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob, bob, bobbing along. Wake up, sleepyhead, get up, cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob, bob, bobbing up, don't stop him when he starts bobbing along, singing a song.
Now, little Fred. Yes, Kenny?
This message just came from Mrs. Nussbaum. She wants to see you right away.
Well, I just left there. Something must be up, Kenny. We better get back to Allen's Alley. Well, this is the old alley, Kenny. It's the third door.
All right, I'll knock.
Howdy, chappies.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum, I just received your message. Is something wrong?
Confidentially, I'm needing advice.
Advice?
I'm looking for a certain party.
Yes?
He is telling my husband, Pierre, to taking his Ford for service back home.
Oh, I know that certain party. Kenny, Mrs. Nussbaum here says you told Pierre to take his Ford back home for service.
Well, yes, Mrs. Nussbaum. I advise every Ford owner to take his Ford back home for service.
This on the radio I'm hearing.
Well, your Ford dealer has Ford-trained mechanics and special equipment just for working on Fords.
This also I'm hearing.
Your Ford dealer uses factory-approved methods and genuine Ford parts. It pays to take your Ford back home for service.
Sending Fords back home is one thing.
Yes?
But everything Pierre is sending back home.
How do you mean?
Mine cream cheese he's sending back home to Philadelphia. Mine furniture he's sending back home to Grand Rapids.
Well, why don't you put your foot down?
Both feet I'm putting down.
What happened?
Pierre is sending me back home to my mother. Thank you.
You have just heard a few random notes plucked from You Were Meant for Me by Maestro Al Goodman and his UN Orchestra. UN meaning unfinished number. And now, St. Portland.
Yes?
Would you be kind enough to hand me that news clipping on the piano over there?
This one?
Yes. I cut it out of Variety. It's a want ad.
What does the ad want?
Oh, no, wait. Not. It says, that's from that Harvard man, too. The ad says here, wanted immediately radio scripts for new mystery program. Must be very exciting, very dramatic, and very cheap. Call Basil Rathbone, Biltmore Theater.
Isn't Basil Rathbone in that play, The Heiress?
Oh, yes, he's still in The Heiress, but he must be coming back into radio in his spare time. Now, I have a story that just fits Basil. When my mystery goes on the air, Sam Spade will start digging his own grave.
Has Mr. Rathbone seen your script
No,
yet?
not yet. I have an appointment tonight. I'm going over to Basil's apartment right now. Portland, I'll see you later. Ah, this is the place. What's this sign on the door? Basil Rathbone, criminal investigator, crime solved at all hours, can fix parking tickets. Also, orchestra seats for the heiress. I wonder if Basil is in. Well, Fred Allen. Basil Rathbone. Say, Basil, if you're busy...
Not at all, Fred. Come in.
You know, I thought you might be posing. I've seen your picture in so many ads lately.
Yes, I'm using for summer blades. I've accepted the Savron Coffee Challenge, and I'm drinking Schaefer's, the finest beer I've ever tasted.
Gad, Basil, you're doing everything but stepping out of thousands of store windows.
I endorse cigarettes too, Fred, over the radio.
You endorse cigarettes on the air?
Why, who do you think Willie the Penguin is?
Basil, you mean?
Smoke cool, smoke cool, smoke cool.
Doesn't it bother you impersonating a penguin that way?
Well, I think I've been doing the penguin too long, you know, Fred. Occasionally I catch myself waddling.
Well, you better stop before you start snapping at Admiral Byrd. But speaking of ads, Basil, I saw your ad in Variety.
Oh, about my new radio program?
Yes.
Yes, if I get the right script, Fred, I can put my program on the air tomorrow.
What about a sponsor?
Oh, I have a sponsor. It's a frozen fruit concern.
Fruit? I've heard of frozen foods.
But this company only freezes watermelons.
Oh, watermelon.
Yes, my program will be called the Fagel Frozen Watermelon Mystery Theater.
Fagel's Frozen Watermelon.
Yes, the program opens with 2 gunshots, then a jingle. Listen to this. When you're buying frozen fruit, what's the fruit that's sure to suit? It's a frosted goodie, the fastest selling Fagel's Frozen Watermelon.
That is, without a doubt, the finest singing commercial I've heard since a Royal Pudding.
If I could only find a script as exciting...
They'll both be on the hit parade by Saturday.
Fred, I want a script as exciting as Fagel's commercial.
Well, Basil,
Well, look here. Look at all these mystery scripts that I have here. They're sending in. They're impossible.
But
look at this one. It's called The Man with the Neon Jimmy.
The Man with the Neon Jimmy? What is it about?
Well, a burglar goes in to rob a factory.
Yes?
The safe is too heavy, so he saws the safe in two and carries one part of it away.
Do they catch the burglar?
The next night.
Yes?
The burglar comes back for the other part of the safe.
Why does he come back?
The burglar doesn't want to be half safe.
Hey, that sounds like a case the fat man has sat on.
Frankly, Fred, as you can see, I need a good mystery.
And that is why I am here. I have the perfect story for your Fagel Frozen Watermelon Mystery Theater.
Is it good?
This script will hold television at bay for 20 years.
What is your mystery about, Fred?
Well, as the story starts, we hear dramatic music.
I am Norbert Nottingham. I was England's leading barrister. Tomorrow, I'm to be hanged for murder. Why, you say? Well, it all began 2 months ago. Lady Bensonhurst, the famous bird lover, invited me to her tea party. How well I remember that fatal afternoon. As I entered the drawing room, the cuckoo clock struck 3. I put my briefcase on the table. Chung, Lady Bensonhurst's houseboy, greeted me.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Nottingham.
Good afternoon, Chung.
Care for tea?
No, thank you, Chung.
Care for cocktail?
Not right now.
Chung make a special Oriental martini.
Oriental martini?
Instead have Oliver Chung use lychee nut. Very tasty.
I was about to accept Chung's offer when Lady Bensonhurst rapped her fan for attention.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet, please. I'm now going to divulge why I invited all of you bird lovers here this afternoon. Mr. Nottingham here is my solicitor. I called him here to change my will.
But Lady Bensonhurst...
I'm leaving my entire fortune to buy worms for undernourished English sparrows.
Worms?
From the day I die, no English sparrow will ever go hungry.
Bravo! Lady Bensonhurst was mad. Lady Bensonhurst was mad leaving her fortune to the sparrows. I had to talk to her alone. I must get rid of that crowd of bird lovers. Rushing to the window, I shouted, Look! Look, out there on the lawn! A yellow-bellied sapsucker, and out of season, too! It worked. The crowd rushed out. We were alone. Lady Bensonhurst spoke.
I say, Norbert, why are you looking at me so strangely?
Now, Lady Bensonhurst, about your will. I had finished my business with Lady Bensonhurst and was putting on my Inverness cape when one of the bird lovers rushed in.
I say, Lady Bensonhurst, the yellow-bellied sapsucker, go away. I say, Lady Bensonhurst.
Something wrong, old man?
Well, it's Lady Bensonhurst, Mr. Nottingham. She's dead.
Dead?
I say, I'm calling the police.
Summoning all vehicles. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Proceed to Bensonhurst Manor, Lower Uppington on the Scrod. Lady Bensonhurst has come a cropper. Calling Detective One Long Pan.
Greetings and shalom alaikum, kiddies. Detective One Long Pan, Chinese Dick Clissy on job. Long Pan look over the butler and the chauffeur is Long Pan. Oh, Long Pan look over. Long Pan, potential 8 burrows.
I say, old boy, I say. Will you stop that foul bellowing?
Who are you, Mr. Long Nose?
I am Norbert Nottingham, Lady Bensonhurst's solicitor.
Very good. But who is Lady Bensonhurst?
Lady Bensonhurst is the body. She's there on the chair, slumped over her lorgnette.
Long Pan, whip into action. Solve crime, no time.
Well, I hope so. I'm due at the Audubon Society in half an hour.
Oh, little man talking with sponge in mouth. Who are you?
I'm Cuthbert Collins, president of the Birmingham Birdwatcher Society. Nest 4.
Very good, Mr. Cuthbert Collins. Long Pan unless you for murder Lady Swensonhurst.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yes, when Lady Bensonhurst was done in, I was out on the lawn looking for a yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Long Pan leave no stone unturned. Long Pan grew yellow Kelly strap knocker.
The sapsucker is a bird, Long Pan. You're just beating about the bush.
Exactly. Confucius say, many men who beat around the bush get bird, but not yellow Kelly strap knocker.
Your car's waiting, Mr. Nottingham.
Oh, thank you, Molly, thank you. Well, I must slip along. Can I drop you somewhere, Long Pan?
Not so fast, Mr. Boddingham. Woman and case here look very suspicious. Who are you, Mrs. Short, Dark, and Dumpy?
I'm Molly, the maid.
Long Pan, cherchez la femme.
Here, get your hands off me, you heathen. You ain't no chiropractor.
You fess up, Missy. You personal. You kill Lady Bensonhurst.
No, Barney. I was outside changing the water in the bird bath.
Oh, Long Pan clap you. Long Pan catch you now. Not Saturday night. Why you change water in bird bath?
For the white rump pippets.
The white lump nippets?
The water was dirty. The pippets' white rumps was coming out tattletale grey.
Long Pan, it's obvious you're getting nowhere.
Long Pan closing in. Who else? Who else was in house?
Only Chung, the houseboy.
You ling for Chung. You ling for Chung.
Yes.
Long Pan girl Chung to very well.
Somebody ling.
Oh, Chung.
Long Pan.
Tôi ling thôi mình thông.
Tiếng lò quy po.
Tôi phong ling long bu gu gạch pen.
Bu gu gạch pen tiếng ngô po.
Hula ma.
I say, do you two celestials know each other?
Oh, in China, confidentially, in China, Chung here, big counterfeiter.
Counterfeiter?
Why you leave China, Chung?
Inflation. I got to work all year to make $1.
Oh. Very good. You fess up, Chung. Tsinghua, Chung, Long Fong, Chung.
From beginning?
From beginning. What happened?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. Lady Bensonhurst was giving a tea party for bird lovers.
Exactly.
I was Lady Bensonhurst's solicitor. She told me to bring her will.
By Jove, now I recall.
You recall what, Mr. Stool Pitcher?
Well, Lady Bensonhurst announced she was changing her will.
Changing will?
And then someone shouted, oh, look, on the lawn. There's the yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Again, the yellow Kelly strap knocker.
Yeah, but we all dashed out.
When you come back?
Lady Bensonhurst was dead, and Mr. Nottingham was putting on his Inverness.
Very good. Long Pan left you, Mr. Nottingham, for murder Lady Jensen first.
You're insane, Long Pan. Why should I kill Lady Bensonhurst?
Long Pan examined briefcase, open briefcase.
Don't you touch those papers.
Lady Bensonhurst was changing her will. She was leaving her fortune to buy worms for destitute sparrows.
Oh, you see? Will here not to change. Beneficiary, not sparrow.
Well, who is the beneficiary?
Mr. Norbert Nottingham. Solution obvious. Mr. Nottingham need money.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why should I need money?
The stock certificate also here in briefcase. Empire Sunglass Limited. Go bankrupt last week. You, Mr. Nottingham, principal stockholder.
Yes, I know. I was a fool. I bought 2 million pairs of sunglasses to sell in England, and the sun hasn't been out in England for 3 years.
Motive confidentially obvious. You lose fortune. You kill Lady Bensonhurst to catch him money and will. You fess up.
But this evidence is all circumstantial, Longpan. I defy you to prove I murdered Lady Bensonhurst.
You'll be sorry. Longpan examine body.
All right, you'll see. There are no bullet holes, no knife wounds, no evidence of poison.
Holy smoke.
What is it, Longpan?
On back Lady Bensonhurst's head, you see?
What?
4 lumps.
4 lumps?
Tea, anyone?
Longpan arrest you again, Mr. Nottingham, for murder Lady Bensonhurst.
Ah, good try, old pig, but where is the weapon?
No weapon used. You see where body's sitting?
In front of the radio.
On top of radio, light behind head, is cuckoo clock. Longpan turn clock back to 4 o'clock. You watch.
Dad, the cuckoo hit Lady Bensonhurst on the head 4 times.
At the base of skull, medulla oblongata. First blow stun, next 2 blows tentatively kill, 4th blow kill positively.
I think I'll step out and have a look at that yellow-kilted strap knocker.
Not so fast, Mr. Nottingham. Longpan will let you for 3rd and final time for murder Lady Bunsen burner.
Longpan, you're uncanny.
Confucius say, man who commit murder with clock end up doing time. Oh, Longpan hot tonight. Chinese Jack Eigen tonight. Let's go, Mr. Nottingham. Good night, Chung.
Oh, good night, Longpan.
Oh,
good night. Hold him.
I want to thank Basil Rathbone for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Mr. James Farley, the author of that bestseller, The James Farley Story. And as usual, your host will be your friendly Ford dealer. Here's a tip-off on what they're saying in Detroit these days. The word is watch Ford in 48. Meanwhile, it will pay you Ford owners to keep your present car in top-notch condition. And the way to do that is to bring it back home for service, home to your Ford dealer. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.